Welcome to Cozy Fantasy Studio, where gentle magic and sleep stories begin. Tonight, we journey through Elarion, a rain-kissed valley where dreams once glowed in silver lanterns. There lives Elio, a young elven apprentice who guards the ancient lights of memory and hope. When the final lantern fades into quiet mist, his heart must remember what the valley has forgotten. So find a soft place to rest. Let your breath slow and your thoughts drift like falling rain. The night deepens in Elarion, and somewhere in the mist, a lantern begins to glow again. The first drops of evening rain descended through the air like small, glimmering sighs. They touched the roofs of Elarion's cottages, slid along curved leaves, and gathered in silver threads that crossed the valley's cobbled lanes. Each drop carried the scent of autumn wood and distant thunder, and every lantern along the path caught its reflection for a heartbeat before the water fell away. This was how twilight arrived in Elarion, softly, patiently, as though the world preferred to hum rather than speak. Aelor moved through the drizzle with quiet familiarity. He was slender and still, his cloak soaked to a dark sheen, his hand steady on the long brass pole used to lift the glass lids of the dream lanterns. One by one he tended them, checking the wicks of light, whispering the old words that coaxed each flame to sing again. The valley trusted him with this ritual, though he was the youngest keeper the Order had ever known. He had learned that tending dreams required neither strength nor speed, only listening. Tonight, the valley's hum felt different. The rain had a slower rhythm, and even the bell at the watchtower gave a hesitant tone. Elio paused beneath an oak whose branches bent low with water. He tilted his face upward and let the droplets strike his cheeks. Usually, he could sense the valley breathing, a pulse in the soil, a warmth behind the mist. But now that pulse seemed faint, as though Elarion itself were falling into uneasy sleep. He reached the end of the lantern line, the oldest one, the great glass globe resting atop a pedestal carved with crescent symbols. Here the path stopped, dissolving into reeds and shallow pools. This lantern was the first ever lit when the valley learned to weave dreams into light. Its glow should have been golden and steady, but tonight it stood dark, its surface clouded, the rain running down in slow trails. Aelor's reflection looked ghost pale within it. He touched the glass. It was cold, utterly still. Inside, nothing stirred. The flame that carried the valley's oldest memories had gone out. Aelor swallowed, hearing his own breath against the hush. He whispered the keeper's invocation, a song taught by the elder monks, low and melodic. He waited for the answering hum that always followed, a faint vibration in the fingertips when the lantern's spirit recognized the call. But only silence replied, heavy and damp, as if the air itself refused to echo. From the hills, the evening wind shifted direction. It swept the mist into long ribbons that curled around the lantern posts, dimming them further. In the distance, Aelor thought he heard something. A faint note, almost like a sigh, carried through rain. He closed his eyes and tried to listen more deeply, but the sound vanished, leaving only the steady patter of water on moss. He wondered if perhaps the silence, that strange unseen presence spoken of in old lessons, had finally crossed the boundaries of the valley. The silence was not an enemy one could name or touch. It was an absence of song, of story, of dream. Legend said it came when hearts forgot how to remember. Aelor shivered. He knew the elders would have sensed this already, yet no bell of alarm had rung. Perhaps they too were asleep. He opened his satchel and removed a small jar of starlit oil, distilled from dew gathered at moonrise. He poured a few drops into the lantern's hollow and tried to relight it with his silver sparkstone. Sparks flared, flickered blue, then faded. Each attempt produced only a dull glimmer, swallowed instantly by the mist. He tried again and again, until the sparkstone felt warm in his hand. Still nothing. The darkness inside the globe seemed deeper than before, like the eye of a quiet storm. Rain continued to fall, gentle but persistent. It soaked his sleeves, blurred his vision. He lowered the sparkstone, exhaustion pooling behind his ribs. For a moment he simply stood there, listening to the sound of his own heartbeat mingle with the drizzle. He remembered what the elder monks used to say. When a lantern dims, it is not the flame that dies, but the memory it protects that fades. He wondered which memory this lantern had carried, which dream had been forgotten so completely that even its light could not find the way back. He thought of his first night as an apprentice. He had been a frightened boy, unable to sleep, and Elder Tyr had given him a tiny glass orb to hold in the dark. Inside it, a single spark had floated, humming softly. Each of these lights, Tyr had told him, is a dream someone left behind, hoping the world would remember for them. Since then, Aelor had promised himself never to let a dream be lost. But now, as the last lantern stood cold, that promise felt suddenly fragile. The mist pressed closer, muting the valley's outline. He could barely see the roofs below, only faint smudges of orange where hearth fires burned. If this silence continued to spread, even those small lights might vanish. Aelor imagined the valley one night without sound, without dream, without the memory of rain, a place asleep forever. He set the brass pole down and knelt beside the pedestal. A trickle of water pooled at its base, reflecting the dull sky. He spoke to the lantern, though he did not expect it to answer. "I will find your light," he whispered, "even if I must follow it into the mist." His voice trembled, but the words felt true. They echoed faintly, swallowed by the wet air, and for an instant he thought he heard a reply, a note so faint it could have been imagined, a single hum, like a heartbeat deep within the glass. He leaned closer, holding his breath. The hum ceased. Only the rain remained. He stayed there for a long time, waiting, his cloak pooling around him like a fallen leaf. When he finally rose, the valley had darkened completely, and a soft veil of fog hid the stars. He lit his small travel lantern and turned back toward the keeper's lodge. Its light was pale compared to the ancient globes, but it was enough to mark the path. The drizzle softened further into mist. The world smelled of damp cedar and soil. Somewhere far above, thunder murmured, a low reminder that night had truly come. As he walked, he glanced once more over his shoulder. The old lantern stood alone at the edge of sight, a dim shape in the rain, its glass reflecting nothing at all. Yet, perhaps it was only the lightning, or perhaps the memory of that faint hum. For a fleeting heartbeat, he thought he saw a glimmer deep inside, like the promise of a breath not yet taken. He stopped. The wind stilled. Then it was gone. Aelor lowered his head and continued through the mist, unaware that behind him the raindrops sliding down the cold glass began to form tiny patterns, lines that almost resembled letters, whispering softly before the next gust washed them away. The rain deepened with night, falling in long silken threads that blurred the valley's edges. From his small stone lodge on the hillside, Aelor watched the mist settle between the trees like quiet breath. The lanterns lining the lower path still shimmered, but their song, that faint collective hum he had known since childhood, had grown hesitant, as if unsure of its own melody. The music of Aelor was unraveling, note by note. He set his travel lantern by the window and unfastened his cloak, wringing water onto the floorboards. The lodge smelled of sage and wet wool. He knelt before the hearth, coaxing a flame from the sleeping embers, and when it caught, a small comfort spread through the room. Orange light dancing across the shelves of glass bottles, herbs and old maps of the valley. Each object seemed to remember something he no longer could. Aelor sat cross-legged and listened. Beyond the hiss of rain and the faint crackle of the fire, the valley was still. Once, he would have heard the night flutes, the wind instruments carved from river reeds that played by themselves when the breeze passed through. Their voices had filled every dusk with soft rising chords. Tonight, not one stirred. Even the stream that ran past the lodge seemed to flow in silence, its ripples heavy, its rhythm missing. He leaned closer to the window. The outlines of Elarion's cottages appeared and disappeared in the fog, their windows dim. He could see faint figures moving inside, perhaps dreamers restless in their sleep. The valley's dreams bound to the lanterns usually glowed faintly above each home like floating fireflies. But now, only darkness hovered there. The people slept without dreaming, eyes closed yet empty of the visions that once kept their hearts alive. He whispered to himself, "It has begun." No sooner had he spoken than a subtle vibration trembled through the floorboards. The lantern on the sill flickered, not from wind, but as if reacting to his words. Its flame stretched thin, pale blue, then shrank to a trembling dot. Aelor reached out instinctively, cupping his hands around the glass. The warmth barely touched his palms. He whispered the keeper's verse, "Light remember, light remain." The flame steadied but did not grow. He felt as though the lantern had sighed, like a child too tired to stay awake. He sat back and exhaled. The silence was not mere quiet, it was hunger. It crept into sound and hollowed it out. The old song said that once, long before his birth, the valley had fallen still for a generation, an entire season of dreamless nights, until the first keepers rekindled the lanterns with tears gathered from the mountain springs. They had taught the people that remembrance was as sacred as breath. But what if memory itself was now fading beyond reach? He rose, took a deep breath of damp air, and crossed to the shelf where Elder Tyr's journals were kept. He opened the largest one, its pages edged with rain-warped curls. Inside, the ink script wandered between sketches of lantern pedestals and tiny poems written in the elder's delicate hand. Midway through, Aelor found a passage he remembered. "Beware the hush that is not peace. It comes when hearts forget their own songs." The silence does not destroy, it persuades. It invites forgetting as rest. He traced the words with his finger. They felt newly alive. Outside, the rain had slowed to a soft drizzle, and through it, he thought he heard a faint melody, not the cheerful tones of the night flutes, but a single note, drawn out and wavering, carried by the wind from the valley floor. It rose, then fell, vanishing into the mist. He listened harder. Nothing. Perhaps his tired mind had conjured it. He stepped out onto the porch. The air was cool, smelling of rain-drenched leaves. The world was a blur of silver and grey. Water dripped from the eaves with slow, deliberate rhythm. Tick, 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 like the valley counting heartbeats. Somewhere in the distance a door creaked, then closed. The faint echo travelled far, unopposed by birdsong or laughter. The hush deepened until even the drizzle seemed muted, each drop dissolving soundlessly into moss. Aelor whispered into the dark, "Why have you come back?" The mist seemed to answer with stillness. He felt something vast listening, patient and unseen. It was not cruel, not menacing, merely endless. The silence was an ocean without shore. He imagined it brushing against the walls of the lodge, slipping through cracks, coiling around the books, the shelves, the hearth. He imagined it leaning close to his ear and breathing out nothing. He closed his eyes and steadied his breath. The silence could not be fought with noise. The elders had warned him of that. Sound only gave it shape to consume. The only defense was remembrance, to hold a melody or a memory so dearly that even quiet could not swallow it. He thought of his mother's lullaby, sung before dawn when he was a child. Lantern bright, keep the night. Dreamer's heart, remember light. He hummed the tune softly, half afraid the valley would mock him with echo. Yet to his surprise, the flame in his small lantern flickered higher, golden again for a moment, before settling. A whisper of warmth brushed his fingers, faint but real. Perhaps the silence was listening too. He returned indoors, dried his hair by the hearth, and rolled out the old valley map. On it, The lantern paths wound like veins through the hills, ending at the great lantern that had gone dark. He marked it with a droplet of ink, watching it spread slowly, like dusk across paper. If the silence had entered through that breach, he would have to find its source before it reached the heart of Elarion. Yet the thought of venturing beyond the valley walls alone filled him with unease. Beyond the lantern line lay the weeping glades, where mist hung thick as wool and memories dissolved faster than dew. He sat for a long time in the glow of the fading fire. The rhythmic drip from the roof matched the beat of his heart. Each sound felt precious, a thread keeping him tied to the living world. He feared that if he closed his eyes for too long, even the memory of these sounds would slip away. He wondered if that was how forgetting began, not all at once, but softly, like rain erasing footprints. Outside, the drizzle ended. The air turned weightless, too still. He felt it before he saw it, a shift, as though the valley itself held its breath. Then, far across the fields, the great bell of the watchtower tolled once, a long, uncertain note, and stopped midway through its second chime. The echo hung for a heartbeat, then vanished, swallowed whole. Silence. Aelor's pulse quickened. He stepped onto the porch again, lantern raised. The world seemed frozen. No wind stirred, no droplet fell. The mist suspended mid-air like spun glass. Even his own breath sounded distant, as though the air refused to carry it. He whispered the only words he could find. "I hear you." Something unseen brushed past him. Cool, weightless, his lantern dimmed. Then, from somewhere deep within the fog, a single voice, or perhaps only the memory of one, murmured his name, Alor. It sounded like wind through empty reeds. The tone was neither kind nor cruel, simply vast. Then it was gone, leaving the night hollow again. He remained still until sound returned, the soft patter of renewed rain, a rustle among the reeds, the distant call of an owl finding its courage. The moment passed, but its echo lingered inside him. He knew then that the valley's quiet was not sleep, it was forgetting itself. He turned back toward the lodge, heart trembling yet steadying with resolve. If the valley's songs had faded, someone must sing them back. He glanced once more toward the misted hills and whispered, "Tomorrow I'll seek the source." Behind him, unseen within the rain, the darkness at the edge of the path pulsed faintly, as if listening, waiting for him to begin. Night stretched long across Elarion, gentle yet uneasy. The rain had slowed to a whisper, and the mist no longer wandered. It lingered, as though listening for something. Elaro had not slept. He sat at his window, the small travel lantern beside him glowing faintly, casting soft rings of gold across the wooden sill. His eyes followed the drifting fog outside, each shape shifting into suggestion. A fox's tail, a hand of smoke, a glimmering path that faded as quickly as it appeared. He held one of the keeper's scrolls open in his lap, an old hymn written in the circular language of the Lantern Order. The words described how dreams move through the world like migratory birds, guided by light. Each lantern, it read, is a nest for the night's song. Aelor traced the ink with his thumb, wondering if those songs still remembered the way home. Beyond the window, the fog pulsed once, faintly. It wasn't a trick of the light. A single shimmer flickered within the mist, far down the slope where the great lantern stood dark. He leaned forward, breath catching. There again, a thread of silver like lightning behind glass, blooming and fading in the same heartbeat. Aelor rose, heart quickening in quiet awe. He reached for his cloak, though it was still damp from the earlier rain. The valley was calling, softly, not with words but with glimmers. He hesitated at the door. Every elder's lesson warned that the mist after midnight belonged to the world of half-remembered things, where memory and dream intertwined. To walk there uninvited was to risk losing oneself to silence. But curiosity, once lit, is its own lantern. He stepped outside. The air met him cool and fragrant, heavy with the scent of wet cedar and moss. His boots sank slightly into the mud. The mist pressed against his cheeks like velvet. Every sound felt magnified. His breathing, the drip from the roof, the faint echo of distant water. He lifted his lantern high and began down the path, each step scattering small ripples through shallow puddles. The valley around him seemed asleep, yet somehow awake beneath the surface. As he descended toward the meadow, the shimmer reappeared, faint, like a sigh turning visible. It moved slowly, weaving through the fog ahead, always just beyond reach. Aelor followed, careful but intent. The glow pulsed rhythmically, a heartbeat in the dark. Once or twice he stopped, listening for the hum of the other lanterns, but they remained silent. Only this strange light called to him, solitary and persistent. He crossed the stone bridge where the river curved like a silver ribbon. The water below was smooth and mirror-like, reflecting nothing but mist. A faint breeze stirred his hair, the first wind of the night, carrying with it a note of fragrance, jasmine and something older, the scent of lightning on cold metal. It made his pulse quicken. He tightened his grip on the lantern and whispered, "Guide me if you mean no harm." The glimmer responded by drifting closer. Hovering now a few paces ahead, it quivered softly, taking on a clearer form. Not a flame, not a star, but something between. It resembled a drop of moonlight caught in motion, translucent and alive. When Aelor moved forward, it retreated. When he paused, it brightened, as if beckoning. The mist thickened until he could see nothing of the valley, only that lone glimmer drawing him onward. His steps became slower, more reverent. The air grew warmer, humming faintly beneath the surface of silence. The rhythm felt almost like breath, as though the world itself were inhaling. He reached the clearing where the great lantern stood, the one that had gone dark. The pedestal loomed from the fog, carved stone glistening with dew. The glass globe, enormous and clouded, reflected his small light. The mysterious flicker drifted to its center, hovering above the empty wick. Aelor's breath caught. "You," he whispered, stepping closer. The glimmer pulsed once, twice, then darted downward, sinking through the glass as easily as if the air were water. For an instant, the lantern's surface rippled with rings of light. A soft hum spread outward, delicate, hesitant, like a melody learning its first note. He knelt beside the pedestal, heart trembling with wonder. The hum deepened. From within the glass, faint patterns began to emerge, swirling threads of silver forming shapes, a river bending through stars, a child's laughter drawn in light, a memory he could almost recall but not quite name. The lantern's glow strengthened, washing the mist in a pale blue halo. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light faltered, the hum ceased, darkness returned. Aelor remained kneeling, stunned. He had seen it, proof that the flame's spirit had not fully vanished. Something lingered inside, a dream trying to return. He pressed his palm gently to the glass. It was no longer cold. Beneath the surface, a faint warmth pulsed, weak but steady. He whispered, "You're still here." The words felt strange, like speaking to an old friend half forgotten. The silence that followed was not empty this time. It was listening. He drew a small pouch from his belt, fragments of luminous moss gathered from the riverbanks. The keepers used it to test a lantern's breath. If the moss glowed when placed nearby, the light still lived within. He scattered a few pieces across the base. The tiny spores shimmered, faint as the first stars of dusk, then brightened until the whole pedestal glowed softly green. The light was alive indeed, sleeping beneath the silence's shroud. As he watched, one spore detached itself and floated upward, as if caught on an invisible current. It drifted toward his lantern, merged with the flame, and turned the light from gold to pale silver. The glow deepened, spreading warmth along his arm. He felt something gentle brush the edges of his mind, a whisper, almost like a memory of laughter in a language he once knew. The sensation filled him with sudden tears he couldn't explain. He whispered, voice trembling, "Who are you?" From within the great lantern, a faint vibration replied, not a voice, not words, but a feeling, gratitude. Then, like breath fading after a sigh, the warmth ebbed, the moss dimmed, the glow within his lantern steadied to its ordinary gold. All returned to stillness. Aelor rose slowly, wiping rain and tears alike from his cheeks. The silence had not taken everything. There was still a spark, hidden deep, waiting to be freed. Yet the brief light had shown him something else, that the silence was not just a force of forgetting, but perhaps a wound left unhealed. The dream inside the lantern was calling for remembrance, not rescue. He turned his gaze toward the mountains beyond the mist, where the source of the lantern flame was said to be born, a hidden spring of star water that fed the valley's lights. Few had seen it, fewer still had returned. Yet if the great lantern spirit sought renewal, that was where its memory would flow. He touched the glass once more and whispered a promise. "I will bring your light home." The rain began again, softly, like approval. The mist shifted, revealing for a moment the path leading upward into the high woods. Aelor lifted his lantern, the silver tint still lingering faintly within its flame. The valley's silence seemed to lean away, giving space. He stepped back, then bowed once to the great lantern before turning toward the mountain road. As he walked, the flicker followed him for a short while, a small glimmer in the fog, before fading into the night, like a dream returning to rest. The road wound upward through a forest soaked in moonlight. Trees arched above like tall cathedral beams, their leaves silvered by mist. Aelior's lantern burned low, casting only a small circle of gold across the wet stones. Every sound felt fragile, the quiet crack of twigs, the sigh of wind through ferns, the gentle rhythm of his own breath. Beyond that small circle of light stretched a darkness too complete to name. He had followed the flicker's trail for what felt like hours, yet time in Elarion's mist moved strangely. Minutes dissolved into dream, hours into breath. Somewhere below, the valley lay sleeping under its veil, its lanterns dim and voiceless. The weight of that stillness pressed against him, as tangibly as the damp air. Aelor paused beside an ancient willow, its bark etched with the symbols of past keepers. Rainwater trickled down its trunk, gleaming like tears. He touched one carving, the shape of a flame enclosed by a circle, and whispered the keeper's prayer for courage. No answer came, only the echo of his voice, thin and uncertain, folded into the fog. He lowered his hand. His thoughts felt heavy, as though the silence had slipped beneath his skin. What if the light he'd seen was no sign of hope, but the last gasp of a dying dream? What if his own memory, his connection to the valley's lanterns, was already unraveling? He tried to recall the names of the keepers before him. Elder Tyr, Lumia, Sereth, Halion. Their faces, once clear in his mind, now drifted like fading sketches. Even his mother's song wavered, its melody dimming in the distance of thought. Panic rose quietly, subtle as breath. He knelt, pressing his palm to the cold earth. "Remember," he whispered, as if the soil itself might hold the missing pieces. "Remember for me." The forest gave no reply. A single droplet fell from a leaf, landing on the back of his hand. The cool shock steadied him. He closed his eyes and focused on its feeling. The weight, the chill, the simplicity of it. The droplet slid off, leaving behind a faint trail of warmth from his skin. That tiny sensation reminded him that he was still here, still breathing, still remembering something, even if it was only the rain. He breathed slowly, counting each inhale like a quiet prayer. When he opened his eyes, the mist had shifted. The path ahead glowed faintly, silver threads of dew outlining the stones. The light seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, yet he hesitated to follow. The mountain road led into the Weeping Glades, a place where memories were said to wander without owners. Travelers who ventured too far sometimes returned quiet and hollow-eyed, their names lost even to themselves. He thought again of Elder Tyrd's last words before passing into dream rest. Guard not only the lanterns, Aelor, but your own flame as well. Had the Elder known this day would come. Aelor's hand trembled slightly as he lifted his lantern. Its light quivered but held. He whispered the verse of steadiness, the one taught to every apprentice. When the mind forgets, let the hand remember. When the hand trembles, let the flame recall. The rhythm of the words soothed him. He began walking again. Though each step felt like wading through water, the fog thickened until the world seemed reduced to scent and sound. The tang of wet leaves, the quiet crunch of gravel, the distant murmur of unseen streams. Somewhere in that haze, he heard another sound, faint footsteps that were not his own. He stopped, listened. The echo ceased. "Who's there?" he called softly. Silence. Then, just as he was about to move again, the sound returned, this time ahead of him, light and rhythmic, as if someone were dancing across shallow puddles. A child's laughter followed, high, bright, impossible. His heart clenched. He had not heard laughter in the valley for many nights. He lifted the lantern higher, its beam cutting through layers of fog. Through the pale veil, a small figure shimmered, a silhouette of light, no taller than his chest. It darted between trees, leaving trails of tiny sparks like fireflies. He stepped closer, entranced. The figure paused at the edge of his lantern's glow, its outline sharpened. A young girl with hair that glowed like moonlit wheat. Her eyes were soft wells of silver light. Aelor's voice caught. "Who are you?" The child tilted her head, smiling faintly. When she spoke, her voice was like the hush of wind through reeds. "You're losing your song." He blinked. "My song?" She nodded, the light around her flickering. "You keep the dreams, but you've forgotten to dream. That's how the silence finds you." Before he could answer, she began to fade, her form dissolving into the mist. He reached forward instinctively, and the fog closed around his hand. She was gone. Only a faint chime lingered, echoing softly, until even that sound dissolved into rain. Aelor stood motionless, unsure if he had truly seen her, or if the silence had shaped her from memory, yet her words rooted deep. "You've forgotten to dream." He realized then that while he guarded others' dreams, he had long neglected his own, his work, his devotion, all given to remembrance. Yet his own heart's light had dimmed unnoticed. He sank onto a fallen log, lantern resting beside him. The flame wavered, casting reflections in puddles that looked like fragments of sky. He closed his eyes and tried to recall his earliest dream, the one that had once guided him to become a keeper. At first, there was nothing but mist behind his eyelids. Then slowly, an image surfaced, himself as a boy, standing by the river, holding a small jar of glow moss, his mother laughing beside him, the valley's lights singing overhead. The memory pulsed with warmth, fragile but alive. He smiled through tears. "So there you are." The flame steadied. A quiet hum rose from the lantern, soft as a lullaby. The mist around him shifted in color, tinged faintly with gold. For the first time that night, he felt the silence retreat a little, as though uncertain. He whispered, "I remember the song." A breeze stirred, carrying the scent of jasmine again, the same as near the great lantern. The air whispered through the trees, gentle, approving. He lifted his gaze and saw that the fog had parted slightly ahead, revealing a fork in the path, one trail leading back down toward the valley, the other upward, vanishing into thicker mist. The easier way called him home. The harder way, the path toward the mountain spring, shimmered faintly, as if marked by invisible starlight. For a long time he stood there, torn between fear and faith. To turn back was safety. To climb higher was forgetting made risk. He closed his eyes and touched the lantern's glass. The warmth inside answered, pulsing gently, a rhythm that echoed his heartbeat. "If I am to keep the valley's dreams," he murmured, "I must remember my own." He took a slow breath, then stepped onto the higher path. The mist embraced him, cool and dense. Each step upward sounded different now, softer, lighter, as if the ground itself welcomed his resolve. The lantern glowed a little brighter, its silver core pulsing faintly with life. He felt the forest breathing again, the leaves murmuring, the water beneath stones whispering secrets in forgotten tongues. The silence followed still, but less as an enemy and more as a shadow, patient, watchful, waiting for him to falter. He would not. At the next bend, the trees opened onto a small clearing. The moon broke through briefly, scattering shards of light across the wet ferns. In that quiet silver space, Elor stopped to rest, lantern held before him. He looked into the flame and saw a reflection not of his face, but of the valley far below, its lanterns flickering faintly, like a constellation struggling to remain. He bowed his head. "I'll find the light for you," he whispered, "before dawn." The words drifted upward, carried by the soft wind. Somewhere beyond the clouds, something shimmered in answer, distant, unseen, but certain. And as he rose to continue, the first note of birdsong, faint and trembling, threaded through the night. The path wound higher through the forest, where the mist thinned to strands of silver. Above, the clouds began to break, revealing glimpses of the waning moon. Aelor's lantern cast its circle of gold upon the roots and ferns, and for the first time that night, he noticed how alive the forest truly was. Raindrops clung to spider threads like beads of glass. Moss gleamed emerald under the lantern's glow. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. He had walked for hours, and fatigue tugged gently at his limbs. Still, he pressed forward, guided more by instinct than sight. Somewhere ahead, a faint rustle echoed, not the whisper of rain or wind, but something deliberate. He stopped, listening. The sound came again, soft steps upon wet leaves, light as thought. Then, through the fog, two amber eyes appeared, calm, unblinking, glimmering with ancient fire. Aelor raised his lantern slightly. "Who's there?" The figure that emerged from the mist moved with quiet grace. A fox, its fur the color of autumn flame. Water beaded upon its back, yet it seemed untouched by cold or damp. Around its neck hung a thin braid of reeds woven into the shape of a circle, the sign of the forest spirits. The creature regarded him with knowing stillness, as though it had been expecting him. "You have walked far for one who doubts his own light," said a voice, not spoken aloud, but carried within Aelor's mind, like an echo between heartbeats. He blinked, startled. Are you one of the valley's spirits?" The fox tilted its head, amber eyes warm. "I am the memory of its breath. Once, when the first dreamers built the lanterns, I guided their steps through mist and shadow, but few now listen. The silence grows because the keepers have forgotten how to listen to the still world." Aelor lowered his lantern, reverent. "Then you know of the fading light?" The fox stepped closer, pause, making no sound upon the soaked earth. "I do." The silence crept in when remembrance became duty instead of love. "You guard the lanterns with skill, young one, but you do not feel their song as you once did." The words pierced him gently. He bowed his head. "You are right. I tend the flames, yet my heart, it has grown quiet." The fox's voice softened, a warm breeze in his thoughts. "Then let it wake. The valley's dreams are not yours to protect alone. They are yours to feel, to remember joy is not selfish, it is sacred. Aelor knelt, the lantern beside him painting their shadows upon the mist. I saw the great lantern flicker tonight. Its spirit is not gone, only sleeping. I wish to bring it back before dawn. The fox circled him once, tail brushing lightly against his cloak. A noble vow, though dawn comes swiftly. The path you climb leads not just through forest but through memory. If you wish to relight what is lost, you must first see what silence has hidden within you. He met the fox's gaze. Then show me how. The creature sat before him, elegant and still. Its fur shimmered faintly, as if woven with strands of sunrise. Close your eyes, keeper, it whispered, and listen not to sound, but to what lives beneath it. He obeyed. Darkness folded over his senses. His breathing slowed. At first he heard only the pulse in his ears, the faint whisper of wind through leaves. Then gradually something deeper emerged, a hum that was not heard but felt, resonating through soil and root and bone. It was the valley's pulse, soft but vast, like a great heart sleeping beneath the world. He let the hum flow through him, until he could almost tell where it faltered. A hollow place in the rhythm, an absence that pulsed like an open wound. He realized that was where the silence had rooted itself. Not in noise or stillness, but in forgetfulness, the places where love had faded into habit. When he opened his eyes, the forest glowed faintly, every leaf edged in pale gold. The fox watched him with approval. Now you have heard it, it said. The valley remembers you. You must remember it in return. Aelor exhaled slowly, feeling tears rise unbidden. I understand, he whispered. To keep the light, I must be part of its song. The fox nodded. Well spoken, Dreamkeeper. It turned, flicking its tail. Come, the dawn's breath nears, and there is one more gift I must show you. He followed as it padded through the trees, its paws leaving trails of faint luminescence upon the path. The air grew warmer, touched by the first subtle hues of pre-dawn, lavender and rose filtering through the mist. They came to a hollow where the trees parted, revealing a pool of still water ringed by moss and lilies. The surface reflected both of them perfectly, though the fox's reflection shimmered like smoke. This, said the fox, is the pool of listening. Each keeper must look into it before journeying beyond the valley. It will show not your face, but the truth you carry. Aelor knelt by the edge. The water trembled once under a falling drop. When it settled, he leaned closer. The reflection that gazed back was not himself as he was now, but the boy he had been, small, bright-eyed, holding a lantern almost too large for his hands. Beside him stood Elder Tyr, smiling gently. Behind them, the valley blazed with light, hundreds of lanterns singing in harmony. The boy in the reflection looked up, eyes meeting his. Do you remember what you promised? He asked. Aelor's throat tightened. To never let the valley's dreams fade. And what did you truly mean? He hesitated. That I would keep them alive, even when they hurt to remember. The boy smiled. Then you already know what to do. The image faded, the water stilled again, showing only the moon and the faint glow of dawn creeping over the ridges. The fox spoke softly. The silence feeds on pain unhealed. To reignite the final lantern, you must heal your own forgetting, the small griefs left unspoken. Aelor looked toward the rising light beyond the trees. I will try. You will do more than try, the fox replied, stepping closer. Its eyes gleamed with warmth. Take this. It lowered its head, and a single glowing ember dropped from the fur at its chest into his palm. It was light, made solid, soft, weightless, warm. When you stand before the last flame, remember this moment. The ember will answer to truth, not fear. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder Fox. The creature gave a small, amused sound. "Thank me by remembering who you are." With that, the fox turned and stepped backward into the mist. Each movement left a faint shimmer that lingered for a moment before fading entirely. The forest grew quiet once more, but the hush was gentle now, a silence filled with breath and promise. Ayla stood alone beside the pool. The ember glowed faintly in his palm, pulsing like a heartbeat. He placed it carefully inside a small glass vial and hung it around his neck. When he lifted his lantern again, its flame flared brighter, tinted with a hint of crimson, as though echoing the fox's fur. The first light of dawn touched the treetops, scattering gold through the mist. Birds began to stir, their songs tentative but real. The silence lingered, yet it no longer felt endless. Beneath it, something living stirred. Elara smiled softly. The valley breathes again. He turned toward the mountain path. Behind him, where the fox had stood, only a single paw print remained in the damp earth, filled now with rainwater that glowed faintly like captured starlight. He bowed once in gratitude and began the next ascent. Heart steadier, step lighter, the faint hum of the valley's pulse moving with him. The eastern sky blushed faintly beyond the mountains, its first color a pale promise through the fog. The rain, soft all night, began to gather again, falling in long silver threads. Each droplet shimmered as though catching the memory of starlight before touching earth. Aelor stood at the forest's edge, where the trees opened to a narrow valley gorge. Before him stretched a bridge woven entirely of light and water, an ancient creation of the keepers, built when dreams first learned to take form. It arched gracefully over the river below, each plank shimmering with ripples that reformed with every raindrop. The veil of rain, they had called it, the boundary between memory and mystery. The elder fox's ember pulsed faintly against his chest, warm even in the chill air. He looked down at it and whispered, "Guide me." The ember glowed brighter, casting a reddish tint over his cloak, as if answering. Behind him, the forest sighed, a low breath of leaves and wind that sounded almost like farewell. Ahead, the air shimmered, humming with soft resonance, a note that trembled at the edge of hearing. The bridge sang, each raindrop striking it, released a tone, until the whole span became a slow liquid melody, the music of transition itself. Aelor hesitated only once. He turned back for a final glance at the woods below. The valley of Elarion lay half hidden beneath clouds, lantern lights faint and scattered, but visible. They looked to him like distant stars sinking beneath waves. "I'll bring the dawn to you," he murmured. Then he stepped forward. The first step upon the bridge sent ripples outward, circles of light moving beneath his boots. The air around him cooled instantly, thick with rain scent and the metallic tang of storm. Each breath tasted of dew and memory. With every footfall the mist grew denser, until the world behind him vanished, replaced by a swirling expanse of silver grey. He could no longer tell where sky ended and earth began. Halfway across, the rain changed. It fell upward as well as down, defying gravity, forming curtains of droplets suspended mid-air. His lantern's flame danced within the liquid veil, refracting into dozens of tiny copies, a constellation of his own making. The sight drew a small, involuntary smile from him. "So this is the threshold," he whispered, "the place between what is and what remembers." A low voice answered, though no form appeared. "It is also the place where what forgets begins again." Aelor froze, scanning the mist. The voice was calm, resonant, neither male nor female, but vast, the kind of voice that seemed to rise from rain itself. He held his lantern higher. "Who speaks?" The rain paused, suspended in shimmering arcs around him. The mist thickened, taking faint shape, a human figure of pure water, translucent and ever-changing. Its face was a suggestion more than a feature, and its eyes glowed softly like moons beneath the surface. "I am the spirit of this crossing," it said. "I keep the balance between light and silence. Few pass through since the old songs faded." Elor bowed instinctively. "I seek to reignite the final lantern before dawn. The silence grows in our valley." The spirit tilted its head, droplets cascading like hair. "Then you carry both light and sorrow in equal measure." "I do." The figure extended a hand that rippled with every motion. "To cross fully, you must offer one memory to the rain, something precious enough that it might become song again. The veil cannot bear weight of those who hold too tightly." Elor's heart tightened. "A memory?" "Yes, a keeper's passage requires release. What will you give?" He hesitated, fingers tightening around the lantern's handle. What could he surrender that would not unmake him? His mind fluttered through recollections. His first night of apprenticeship, the elders' laughter by firelight, his mother's hands guiding his as he lit his first candle. That last memory glowed brightest, her voice singing softly, "Lantern bright, keep the night." He swallowed. "If I give it, will I forget her?" The spirit's gaze did not waver. "You will forget her song, not her love, but even that loss will teach the light to listen." Elor closed his eyes. Rain cooled his face. Slowly, he breathed out, and in that breath released the memory, not with despair, but gratitude. He pictured his mother smiling as the melody faded, dissolving into the sound of rain. For an instant, the ache in his chest hollowed. Then it filled with something gentler, quiet strength. The bridge pulsed beneath him, brighter than before. The spirit nodded once. "The rain remembers. You may pass." Elor opened his eyes. The tears on his cheeks mingled with the rain, indistinguishable. The mist before him shimmered open, revealing the far end of the bridge, a gate of stone entwined with vines that glowed faintly green, the mark of the old dream realm. He stepped forward again. As he neared the gate, the water around him began to rise, swirling upward in graceful spirals. Within the currents floated fragments of light, tiny memories from countless dreamers who had crossed before. A child's laughter, a flame flickering on parchment, a lullaby hummed through centuries. They circled him in slow rhythm, joining his lantern's glow until he walked inside a cocoon of luminous rain. For a brief, breathtaking moment, he felt himself become part of that music. The air, the water, his heartbeat, all moving together. His fear lifted like fog burned away by dawn. At the bridge's end, the stone gate waited. Symbols shimmered across its arch, spirals, stars, the shape of a flame within a circle. The same sign carved on the willow earlier. He touched the cold surface. It felt alive, pulsing faintly beneath his palm. From behind him, the rain spirit spoke once more. "Remember, Keeper, the veil does not separate worlds. It reminds them they belong to one another. Step through and become both dream and waking." He nodded. "Thank you." Then, taking one last breath of the valley's scent, cedar, rain and hope, Elor crossed the threshold. The gate's light swallowed him whole. He emerged into silence so profound it was almost song. The rain stopped mid-fall, droplets frozen in air like glass beads. The ground beneath him shimmered like moonlit water, though it was solid. Trees stood transparent, their branches flowing with light. He had entered the realm beyond remembering, the heart of Elarion's dreaming. His lantern flared once, silver and gold entwining in its flame. The ember at his chest burned warm. He looked around, awestruck. Above him hung the faintest arc of dawn, not yet breaking, a soft blush through clouds. He smiled faintly. "I've crossed." Far away, thunder murmured, not warning, but welcome. He took his first step into the unknown world. Behind him, the bridge of rain faded slowly. its melody echoing through the air, long after the last droplet fell, a farewell woven in light. The first light of dawn had not yet reached this world. Here, time itself seemed to breathe rather than move. The air shimmered with a silver haze that hung low over vast meadows of tall grass, each blade tipped with luminous dew. Every droplet held an image within it, faint reflections of faces, laughter, and skies that no longer existed. When the wind passed through, those tiny worlds trembled, whispering softly before dissolving into mist. Elor stepped forward, boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. His lantern's flame shone clear but gentle, echoing the quiet rhythm of his heart. The silence here was unlike the silence he had fled. It was rich and alive, filled with unspoken presence. Even the air carried a kind of memory, fragrant with rain, and something sweeter, the scent of lilies after a storm. He knelt to touch the ground, fingers brushing the cool grass. The instant his skin met the dew, faint music rose. Not sound exactly, but resonance, a vibration that traveled up his arm and through his chest. He closed his eyes and heard it more clearly. Voices layered upon one another, countless and soft. They were singing fragments of forgotten dreams, a lullaby for no one and everyone. He whispered, "The valley's memories. They've come here." The lantern pulsed in agreement, its flame stretching long and slender like a listening ear. Around him the meadow rippled as if stirred by unseen hands. Shapes began to form in the drifting mist, outlines of people, animals, moments long past. A girl chasing paper birds through sunlight, an old man laughing beside a river, a mother cradling her newborn beneath starlight. They shimmered only for a heartbeat before dissolving again, like sketches in water. Earl's breath caught. "These are the dreams the valley lost," a soft breeze replied, carrying a murmur of affirmation. It brushed through his hair, cool and comforting, before trailing off into the distance. He followed it instinctively, the sound of the echoes growing stronger as he walked. The terrain dipped and rose like waves frozen in place, each hollow filled with drifting fog that hummed faintly when he passed. He realized that every echo responded to him, not because he was intruding, but because he was remembered. He paused beside a pool fed by unseen springs. Its surface mirrored the sky, or what passed for sky here, a pale dome of shifting light. When he leaned over it, his reflection appeared not as he was, but as he had been at different times, a child, an apprentice, a young keeper trembling with uncertainty. Each version looked up at him with quiet recognition. The child's reflection smiled. "You used to play here," it said, voice soft as the rustle of reeds. Elur frowned faintly. "Here, but this place is made of what you remember," the reflection finished, "and what you've forgotten." He touched the surface, and the image rippled outward, breaking into light. The ripples spread across the pond, reaching the far edge where they became small motes that drifted into the air, floating away like fireflies. With them came faint laughter, his own, from long ago. The sound warmed him and hurt him at once. It reminded him of his boyhood by the lantern streams, before duty replaced wonder. He whispered, "I remember." At his words the meadow brightened. The dew shimmered gold instead of silver, and the mist parted enough for him to glimpse the horizon. There, rising beyond the rippling fields, was a range of low hills glowing faintly with color, the direction, he sensed, of the dream's heart. He stood and began to walk again, following the unseen path through the waving grass. As he did, the lantern's flame took on a strange behavior. It flickered in rhythm with the echo song around him, as though learning the melody. The light itself seemed to hum faintly, blending with the voices. Soon he came to a stretch of ground where the grass grew shorter and the soil glimmered with silver veins. Here, the voices were clearer, full phrases, small fragments of lives once lived. Do you remember me? It rained that night too. Tell them I was kind. Sing it again, before I forget. Each whisper passed through him like a gust of wind, never stopping, never repeating. He felt both awe and ache. So many dreams, he murmured, wandering without rest. A sudden flicker passed over the field. The air shivered. For an instant the voices fell silent. Then, from the far distance, a low tremor rolled through the ground, deep and resonant, not violent, but vast. The dew vibrated. The lantern's flame steadied as if bracing itself. The hum changed pitch, deepening into a single sustained note. Aelor looked up sharply. A shadow moved across the sky, vast but formless, a ripple of darker mist passing overhead. The warmth drained from the air. He knew that presence. The silence had found its way even here. He clutched the lantern to his chest, breathing slow. The note of the echoes wavered, uncertain. Then, faintly at first, he began to hum, the same simple tune his mother once sang. Lantern bright, keep the night. The melody trembled, but it was something. The lantern responded, its silver light flaring softly. The echoes seemed to remember. One by one, voices joined him. The meadow became a quiet choir. The shadow above hesitated, then thinned, dissolving back into mist. The echoes steadied. Allur lowered his voice, the hum fading into silence once more. The air grew warm again. He smiled faintly. Even the forgotten remember how to sing. A breeze rose again, gentle and full of scent. Lilies, cedar, and faint smoke. It carried whispers that formed words he could almost understand. Follow the wind, it knows the way. He turned toward the direction of the rising breeze. There, the meadow narrowed into a valley of reeds swaying in rhythm. Between them shimmered faint light, fluid and alive, moving like a river, yet leaving the grass untouched. He recognized it instantly, the wind spirit's song, a current said to carry the voice of the first dream ever dreamed. It would lead him to the deeper realms, to the heart where the lost light waited. He bowed his head in gratitude to the voices around him. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I'll carry your song forward." As he began walking toward the glowing current, the echoes rippled once more, their whispers soft as rainfall. "Remember us," he promised he would. The light of his lantern merged with the shimmer of the meadow until he seemed to walk through air woven of song and dew. The silence did not vanish, but it no longer frightened him. He understood now that forgetting could be undone, that remembrance was not the opposite of silence but its cure. He reached the valley's edge, where the ground gave way to a low stream, the current of light he had seen. Kneeling, he dipped his fingers into it. It was not water. It felt like air turned liquid, smooth and cool. As his touch disturbed its surface, faint notes rang out, clear tones, playful, familiar. They formed a melody he recognized instantly. He smiled in astonishment. It was his own hum, reflected and returned. "So you heard me," he whispered. The current responded by rising slightly, shaping itself into tendrils of luminescent mist that wrapped gently around his arm. The touch was neither solid nor formless, like holding a breeze that chose to stay. And in that touch, a new presence awoke. Kind, curious, endlessly alive. A voice drifted to him, light as the wind, full of laughter. "Keeper of lanterns," it said. "I've been waiting." Ellir looked up, eyes wide, heart lifting. Before him, the air shimmered with a soft turquoise light, coalescing into form, the shape of a being woven from vapor and gleam, its eyes two small whirlwinds of gentle brilliance. "The wandering light spirit," he breathed. The spirit bowed, its form bending like wind through grass. "And you, Dreamkeeper, have finally crossed the veil." The wind stirred as if stretching after a long sleep. It rippled through the silver reeds, sending tiny drops of dew swirling into the air, where they caught the rising sun and turned to flecks of gold. The world around Aelor shimmered, a landscape woven from light and breath. The figure before him was neither solid nor ghostly, but a dance of motion, every curve of air a melody, every flicker of light a note in an invisible song. Elor bowed, his lantern held close to his chest. "I have heard of you," he said softly. "The wind spirit who carries forgotten songs back to the dawn." The spirit's laughter was the sound of distant chimes rolling through mountains. "You've walked far to remember what the wind never forgets. The dreams you seek still breathe here, though faintly. I seek to reignite the last lantern of Elarion," Aleo said, voice steady despite his awe. "The silence has begun to dim our valley's memories." The spirit drifted closer. A faint breeze brushed his hair, cool and tender. "The silence," it murmured, "is not only an absence, it is a wound left by those who stopped listening to the wind. When hearts grow still, even the air forgets how to sing." Aelor nodded slowly. "Then teach me, help me listen." The wind spirit moved in slow circles around him. Its motion left trails of glowing mist that swirled in patterns, spirals, ripples, loops that seemed to breathe. "To listen," it said, "you must first be silent without fear, not the silence that devours, but the quiet that allows truth to enter." It hovered behind him, whispering close to his ear, "Close your eyes, keeper of dreams. Let go of the world you expect to hear." He obeyed. His eyelids fell, and the sounds of the meadow began to shift. The rustling grass softened into murmurs. The hum of his lantern deepened. The air between breaths became a rhythm. Within that rhythm, he felt threads, invisible lines of music stretching through everything. The pulse of earth below, the shimmer of sunlight above, the sigh of unseen wings passing overhead. The world, he realized, was made of listening. "Now," the spirit whispered, "hear the song beneath your heartbeat." He listened deeper. At first, there was only the echo of his own pulse. Then, faintly, another rhythm joined it, softer, slower, vast. It was the valley itself breathing, the heartbeat of Elarion resonating through his chest. The sensation filled him with warmth, so sudden he gasped, eyes flying open. The world had changed. Colors glowed richer, as if sunlight had found new shades. Every movement of air created sound, delicate tones like crystal bells. When he moved his hand, a trail of faint melody followed, weaving through the reeds. The lantern flame mirrored it, flickering in time with the music. Even his footsteps produced a quiet note, as though the earth itself greeted him with recognition. The spirit's laughter rang again. "You see now, every breath is a song waiting to return." "It's beautiful," Aethior whispered, voice trembling with joy. "It feels like the valley is alive again." "It was never dead," the spirit said, "only forgotten." The breeze grew stronger, swirling around him in bright spirals. "Come," it called, "the echo fields end here. Beyond lies the Hall of Winds, where memory flows freely. There, you'll learn what dream the final lantern guards." Aelor followed as the spirit moved, its form gliding effortlessly above the ground. The path wound upward through swaying grass, dew catching sunlight until the entire hillside glittered. Every gust carried faint voices, laughter, music, fragments of speech from countless lives. The sound was comforting, familiar. He realized they were the whispers of dreams returning home, carried by the wind itself. As they walked, Aelor felt lighter, his fear of forgetting replaced by awe. "Spirit," he asked quietly, "do the winds ever rest?" The being paused mid-air, its form coiling gracefully like smoke in reverse. "Only when those who breathe no longer dream. For every dreamer who listens, the wind finds reason to move. So the wind remembers us. And you," said the spirit, "must remember the wind. They came to a rise where the air thickened with golden light. The landscape ahead shimmered as though viewed through flowing water. The spirit lifted one translucent arm and gestured. Behold the Hall of Winds. Eliar's breath caught. Before him stretched a vast basin where air itself seemed to spiral into a slow-moving vortex. At its center stood tall pillars made of invisible substance, visible only by the lines of light tracing them. Between the pillars hung ribbons of mist, each glowing faintly with color, each humming a unique tone. The melodies blended into a single vast harmony, low and radiant. The voices of dreams, the spirit said. Each ribbon is a path of memory, every lantern's echo carried here by the breath of the world. Eiloro stepped closer, wonder widening his eyes. The sound filled him completely. He could feel it against his skin, in his bones, in the rhythm of his heart. It's like walking through music, he murmured. The spirit nodded. Here, sound and silence are one. The silence you fear cannot enter this place, for it cannot bear to be heard. Eilor reached out tentatively toward one of the luminous ribbons. It vibrated as his hand neared, releasing a small burst of light that enveloped his fingers. Images rushed into his mind. Visions of people sleeping peacefully, of lanterns glowing across the valley, of laughter echoing between raindrops. Then came something else, a sense of longing, deep and old. The great lantern's dream, waiting to be remembered. He withdrew his hand slowly, awed. It's alive. All light is alive, said the spirit gently. But the last lantern holds more than one dream. It carries the first, the memory of Elarion itself. When its light fades, the valley forgets what it once was. Eilor's pulse quickened. Then I must reach it before dawn. Dawn will not wait, the spirit said, circling him slowly. But you are not alone. It extended a hand made of swirling air and placed it lightly upon his shoulder. Carry my breath with you. The contact sent a rush of wind around them. His cloak lifted, his hair whipped back, and for an instant he felt weightless. The spirit's glow merged with the lantern's flame, blending turquoise and gold. The air itself grew luminous, filled with drifting motes of light. Wherever wind moves, the spirit whispered, my song will follow. When the silence nears again, breathe deeply, and I will answer. Eilor bowed low. I will carry your song. The wind stilled, leaving only warmth and quiet. The spirit smiled, its outline softening. Then go, dream keeper. The path now leads inward, to reflection and memory. But do not forget, even silence listens to those who remember. With that, the wind spirit rose higher, dissolving into 1,000 glowing threads that scattered across the Hall of Winds like morning light through crystal. The air shimmered once more, then grew calm. Eilor stood alone amid the humming pillars, heart alight. His lantern burned brighter than ever, its flame no longer just gold but streaked with blue and silver, whispering faint melodies in time with his pulse. He lifted it toward the dawn, breaking faintly beyond the veil, and smiled. The wind carried his voice across the field. Elarion, I'm coming home. Far above, unseen, the first ray of true sunlight pierced the mist, turning the dew to fire. Beyond the Hall of Winds, the air softened again. The music faded into distant echoes, and silence returned, not hollow this time, but calm and listening. The path wound gently downward, lined with small stones that shimmered faintly, as if each carried a captured drop of dawn. Birds he could not name flew overhead, transparent creatures, their wings trailing ribbons of mist. They circled above the trees, singing notes that felt more like memories than sound. Eilor followed the path until it opened onto a wide clearing surrounded by tall pines. At its center lay a pond so still it seemed made of glass. Its surface mirrored the clouds and the slow drift of golden light. A soft mist clung to its edges, and reeds swayed gently though no wind passed through. He knew this place from the old keeper's tales, the Mirror Pond, where memory shows itself to those who carry both sorrow and hope in equal measure. Elor knelt at the shore, resting his lantern beside him. The light reflected perfectly in the water, a small golden star floating on the mirrored sky. He watched the ripples spread from his own breath and settle again. The world felt suspended, balanced delicately between waking and dream. For a long time, he said nothing. The air smelled of pine needles and rain-washed stone. A single drop fell from a branch above and broke the surface, a small, perfect ring that widened outward. As it did, the reflection changed. The pond no longer mirrored the sky. Instead, it showed a valley, Elarion, seen from above. He could see its curved roofs, its lantern paths, its rivers glinting in morning light. The image moved, as though alive. He saw villagers tending to gardens, children chasing glowing petals through the streets, elders lighting lanterns at dusk. But as he watched, the colors dimmed, the laughter faded, the people slowed, their faces softening into stillness. One by one, the lanterns along the valley paths winked out, leaving only fog. Elor's chest ached. "This is what will become of us," he whispered. The pond responded. The reflection shifted again, showing now the great lantern at the valley's heart. Its glass was cracked, its flame extinguished. He saw himself kneeling before it, as he had done days ago, small, drenched in rain, whispering to silence. The image's lips moved, echoing his promise. "I will find your light." The words rippled outward, distorting the water. When the surface cleared again, his reflection looked back, but not quite as he was. The eyes staring up at him were brighter, their depths holding flickers of other faces, the elders, the child he had been, even the fox spirit's gaze glinting like amber. The voices of the echoes seemed to breathe through that mirrored self. "Do you see now?" A faint whisper asked from somewhere beneath the water. "The lanterns are your heart, Elor. The valley remembers through you." He swallowed hard. "Then why do I still fear the silence?" The reflection tilted its head. "Because part of you listens to it still." He frowned. "Listens?" The mirrored self reached upward, its hand almost touching his. "Every keeper carries both memory and forgetting. You guard dreams for others but deny your own. That denial feeds the silence, not as darkness, but as emptiness." The words settled deep, like seeds in wet soil. Elor felt the truth of them. Since the day of his apprenticeship, he had lived in service to the valley's dreams, never daring to shape his own. He had feared that to dream for himself would be selfish. But now he saw the flaw. How could one tend to light without letting it warm them? He bowed his head. "Then how do I remember what's mine?" "Let the water show you." He hesitated, then removed his gloves. The air was cool on his skin. Slowly, reverently, he placed his hands into the pond. The surface broke without a sound. Light spread outward in ripples, soft and golden. His fingers felt warmth, not cold. And then images bloomed beneath his palms. He saw himself as a child sitting beside a small brook, stacking smooth stones. His mother's laughter rang out, clear, free, unburdened by duty. She handed him a jar of glow moss and said, "Dreams are like this, my heart. Hold them gently, or they'll fade." The vision melted into another. The night he became a keeper, Elder Tyr lighting his first lantern and whispering, "The world remembers those who remember themselves." Another image followed. The great library of Elarion, shelves upon shelves of scrolls containing centuries of dreams. He saw himself walking there years ago, lantern in hand, pausing before a window where rain fell in slow motion. He remembered thinking then how each drop seemed to hold its own reflection, how perhaps even rain dreamed of returning to clouds. The warmth of the water spread up his arms, filling him with calm. The pond's light grew brighter until he could no longer distinguish where it ended, and he began. He realized that memory was not a weight to carry, but a current to flow through. Forgetting was not loss, it was the pause that allowed remembering to matter. A gentle sound drew him back, a soft splash. He looked down. From the center of the pond rose a single lotus, its petals made of faintly glowing light. Within it burned a small flame, silver and blue. It reminded him of his lantern's core. Carefully, he cupped his hands and lifted the flower from the water. It was weightless, cool, and alive. As he held it, the mirrored image beneath changed once more. Now it showed not the valley or his reflection, but the lantern itself restored, whole, and burning brightly. The flame within pulsed in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The voice in the water spoke again, gentle as rainfall. When you remember joy, the light remembers you. He smiled through the sting of tears. Then I'll carry this joy forward. The lotus in his hands shimmered once, then dissolved into motes of light that drifted upward, merging with the lantern beside him. The flame inside it brightened, its song soft but clear, a melody he recognized now as his own. He stood slowly, gazing out over the pond. The reflections returned to normal. Clouds, trees, sunlight. Yet everything seemed sharper, more vivid, as though the world itself had turned its face toward him. The scent of pine deepened, the breeze warmed, and somewhere far off a bell chimed, faint but steady. Elor bowed to the water. "Thank you," he whispered, "for showing me what still lives in me." As he turned to leave, the pond's surface shimmered once more, forming words in rippling light. "Seek the chamber of stillness. There the silence waits to listen." He nodded solemnly. "Then I will meet it, and I will not be afraid." He lifted his lantern. The flame inside reflected upon the water like a small sun, scattering golden ripples across the pond. As he stepped away, the echoes of his footsteps blended with the gentle lapping of waves, two heartbeats moving in time. The path forward curved toward the mountains, where the mist thickened again into veils of pale silver. The air smelled of approaching rain. The wind from the Hall of Winds followed him still, brushing his cloak and whispering fragments of its song. Behind him, the mirror pond stilled once more, but deep beneath its surface, the faint shimmer of Elor's light lingered. The memory of a keeper who had finally remembered himself. The path from the mirror pond rose gently toward the foothills, winding between stands of silver birch whose trunks gleamed like pale fire. Mist curled among their roots, moving like living breath. Elor walked slowly, his senses tuned to the faint hum in the air, the pulse that had guided him since the Hall of Winds. It was steadier now, more resonant, as though something within him had begun to harmonize with the world itself. The morning light filtered through the mist in long, golden shafts, each beam dancing with drifting motes of dust and dew. Every so often he would stop, feeling that the light itself was trying to speak, not in words but in warmth. The ember the elder fox had given him glowed faintly against his chest, and its rhythm matched his heartbeat. The lantern in his hand mirrored it, the two pulses alternating like breathing. Inhale, exhale, earth and spirit sharing the same rhythm. He smiled softly. "You're listening too," he said to the lantern. Its flame flickered in response, a small approving gesture. A stretch of open meadow appeared ahead, dotted with low stones half covered in moss. At its center stood an ancient lantern pedestal, cracked, weather-worn but still upright. Its glass bowl was long gone, leaving only a shallow basin in which rainwater had gathered. The surface of that water shimmered faintly, reflecting not the sky above but a soft golden glow that seemed to come from nowhere. Elor approached reverently. He sensed this was no ordinary relic. The air around it was warm and still, as though even the wind bowed in respect. He knelt and placed his lantern beside the basin. The two lights mirrored one another, one of flame, one of reflection, and together they filled the clearing with quiet radiance. "This must be the first lantern," he murmured, "the one lit before all others." He traced the carvings along the stone, curling lines shaped like vines, each one entwining a small rune that meant memory. Between them ran a crack, deep and ancient, through which faint light pulsed. He pressed his hand over it and felt warmth, the unmistakable pulse of something alive. "It still breathes," he whispered. As he spoke, the warmth beneath his palm deepened, spreading through his arm and into his chest. The ember at his neck glowed brighter, answering in rhythm. Then the light leapt from the crack, not outward but inward, into him. He gasped softly as a wave of memory and emotion washed through his heart. Voices laughing, rain falling on lantern glass, the valley's heartbeat echoing through 1,000 nights. He saw flashes of the lives of the old keepers, their hands lighting the first flames, their tears falling into the rivers that carried the valley's dreams. And then, beyond those memories, something deeper, a presence vast and kind, the consciousness of Elarion itself, the valley dreaming of its own existence. The voice that rose inside him was not sound but warmth shaped into thought. "Alor, Keeper of Light, do you know why the lanterns burn?" He bowed his head, trembling. "To help us remember." The warmth pulsed gently. "To remember and to feel. The light within each lantern is not fire, it is emotion. Every joy, every sorrow, every kindness given and received. You guard them because the heart forgets too easily." Alor's breath caught. "Then, if I rekindle the last lantern, will the valley remember love?" "Yes," the voice replied, "but only if you do." The air shimmered around him. The warmth within his chest grew stronger, spreading outward until it felt as though a small sun had bloomed beneath his ribs. The light from his lantern brightened, reflecting that inner radiance until the two were indistinguishable, one flame answering another. He felt tears welling in his eyes, but they were not of grief, they were release, the kind of tears that came when something locked away finally found air. He realized then that the valley's silence had not been born from darkness, but from hearts too weary to feel. Its dreams had dimmed because its people had grown afraid of both joy and pain, and he too had lived that way. "I understand," he whispered. "The silence isn't an enemy. It's the ache we never let ourselves heal." The light around the pedestal shimmered, affirming his words. The warmth in his heart steadied, deep and calm, the air filled with soft sound, like distant chimes underwater. Then, slowly, a thread of silver rose from the basin's water, winding upward like smoke. It circled his lantern, then entered it, merging with the flame. Alor inhaled sharply. The lantern's song changed, richer now, layered with harmonies. It no longer felt like an object he carried, but a voice that lived within him. He could feel every lantern in the valley respond faintly, like stars awakening to the first hint of dawn. The connection was subtle but certain, a web of light tying heart to heart across distance and time. For a moment, he saw them all, the valley's lanterns glowing through the fog, their faint fires stirring, reaching for air. He saw villagers turning in their sleep, murmuring forgotten names. He saw the rivers pulse with color. The trees shed their silence in golden sighs. Elarion was remembering itself. He wept softly, overwhelmed by the beauty of it. The sound of his tears hitting the moss echoed like rain in miniature. When he could speak again, his voice was barely a whisper. "Thank you, Valley. Thank you for letting me remember with you." The warmth within his chest softened, settling into a steady glow. His breath slowed. The air felt lighter, and even the sunlight seemed to breathe with him. He looked toward the mountains rising beyond the meadow. There, faint and distant, he saw the outline of a cavern mouth glowing faintly blue, the chamber of stillness that the pond had spoken of. Beyond it lay the silence itself, waiting. He knew now it would not roar or rage. It would simply wait for him to forget. And so, he could not. He lifted his lantern, now brighter than ever. "Let's finish this," he said quietly. The flame pulsed once in response, an agreement. He turned to leave, but before stepping away, he placed his palm upon the ancient pedestal one final time. "Sleep well," he whispered. "Your dream lives on." The crack in the stone glowed one last time and then faded, leaving only the scent of warm cedar and rain. He stood in that stillness for a moment, eyes closed, memorizing the sound of his own breath. When he opened them again, a single bird, small and golden, fluttered down from a nearby branch and landed on his shoulder. It chirped once, soft and curious, as if to remind him that even endings can sing. Ayla smiled. "Then sing with me," he said. Together, they turned toward the mountain road. The mist began to lift, and sunlight poured through in wide golden sheets. The valley behind them shimmered faintly, each lantern glowing brighter, as if waving farewell. The keeper walked on, heart alight, carrying not only the memory of dreams, but the understanding that he himself was one. The mountain path narrowed as Elor climbed, the air thinning with every step. The trees fell away behind him, replaced by rock polished smooth by centuries of rain. Mist clung low to the ground, whispering around his boots like memory reluctant to be left behind. Each step sounded louder now, his own breath, the soft chime of the lantern against his belt, the distant call of unseen birds, until those too faded. He felt the world begin to hold its breath. The path ended at the mouth of a cavern. It rose tall and narrow, its arch carved by wind and time. The air within was cool and still, and the faint light from his lantern barely reached its walls. As he stepped closer, he noticed a pattern along the stone, faint spirals etched deep, glowing with the softest trace of blue. They resembled the shapes the rain spirit had woven, the pattern of wind remembered in rock. He paused at the threshold. "The chamber of stillness," he whispered. The words carried no echo. They seemed to vanish the moment they left his lips, swallowed by air that refused to return sound. He lifted his lantern higher. "Then let me listen." The flame flickered but held, steady and gold. He entered. The cavern descended in a gradual curve, the walls smooth as glass. Moisture glimmered along the surface, catching his light in scattered droplets that looked like distant stars. His footsteps made no sound. Even the brush of his breath seemed muted. The air grew thicker the deeper he went, filled with a quiet so complete it pressed gently against his skin. It was not suffocating, but intimate, like standing inside the pause between two heartbeats. A faint sound guided him, the slow drip of water echoing from far below. He followed it through the tunnel until it opened into a vast circular chamber. Its ceiling vanished into darkness. At its center lay a shallow pool, perfectly still, its surface smooth as glass. Around it, no sound stirred. Not even the faint hum of the valley's pulse reached here. He realized then why it was called the Chamber of Stillness. This was the heart of silence itself, not the silence that devoured, but its source pure and untouched. The place where sound returned to its beginning. He approached the pool and set his lantern down at its edge. Its glow spread in soft rings across the water, revealing faint carvings on the floor, concentric circles, flowing inward toward a single spiral at the center. The air smelled faintly of rain on stone, and something older, like the scent of beginnings. He knelt. His reflection in the water looked distant, almost transparent. "So this is where you live," he murmured. the place the valley forgot how to hear. A faint vibration trembled through the floor, subtle as breath. The flame flickered once, then steadied. A voice rose, not from the air, not even from the water, but from within his chest. "Do you know my name?" Alara closed his eyes. The voice was calm, deep, endless. It carried no malice, no warmth, only presence. "You are the silence," he said. "I am the space between what is said and what is meant," the voice replied. "The breath before the song, the rest within the melody. You fear me because you do not know me." He bowed his head. "Then let me understand." The reflection shimmered. "Why do you seek to end me, Keeper?" Aelor hesitated. "Not to end you, to heal you. You've covered the valley like fog. The people no longer dream. The lanterns dimmed. And yet, were they not weary?" The voice rippled, like a deep current moving beneath calm water. They longed for rest. I offered peace. He felt the truth in it, the ache of exhaustion the valley had carried through years of tending, remembering, hoping. "Peace," he said softly, but without dreaming. "You gave them sleep without song." "Sleep is mercy," the silence replied. "Not when it erases love," he whispered. For a moment, there was no answer. Then, a soft vibration, almost like laughter. "You speak of love as if it cannot survive quiet." He lifted his gaze to the still pool. "Love needs silence," he said, "but silence needs love to mean anything. Without it, you're only forgetting." The reflection changed. The surface shimmered and deepened, revealing images beneath the valley's lanterns, the people, the fox, the wind spirit, even the mirror pond, all still and grey, suspended within the still water. Then, at the center, he saw himself kneeling here, lantern beside him, eyes closed. The reflection's chest glowed faintly, the same ember the elder fox had given him. The silence spoke again. "If you wish to bring light into silence, you must place your flame within me." Aelor's breath stilled. "My lantern?" "No," said the voice gently. "Your heart." He pressed a trembling hand to his chest. The ember pulsed warmly beneath his fingers. Alive. The idea frightened him. Not because it meant pain, but because it meant surrender. To give his heart to stillness was to trust that it would return unchanged. He whispered, "If I do this, will I lose myself? If you believe you are only your sound, yes. But if you know you are also the pause between, no." Aelor looked down at his reflection again. The light in his chest echoed through the water, forming ripples that reached the spiral at the pool's center. He remembered the words of the fox. The ember will answer to truth, not fear. He smiled faintly. Then truth it shall be. He unfastened the chain around his neck and held the ember in both hands. Its light was small, but sure, a golden red warmth that trembled with every beat of his heart. Slowly, he leaned forward and lowered it into the pool. The instant it touched the surface, the chamber filled with light. Not sudden, but expanding gently like breath. The water shimmered silver. The carvings on the floor glowed. The silence did not break. It transformed. It began to hum, a tone so pure it vibrated through his bones, through the lantern, through the mountain itself. The reflection in the water smiled, his own face, but peaceful, serene. Then it dissolved into light that spread across the chamber walls like dawn moving through fog. The voice spoke one final time, softer now, almost kind. "You have given sound to stillness. You have taught silence to remember." The glow dimmed slowly, leaving a quiet so gentle it felt alive. The pool was no longer empty. Within it burned a faint flame, suspended just beneath the surface. Aelor knew it was his heart's light, shared but not lost. He sat back, breathing slowly, hands open. His lantern flickered beside him, its flame steady and calm. He realized that for the first time, silence no longer frightened him. It felt like belonging. He rose. The cavern seemed brighter now, its walls faintly luminous. He bowed to the pool. "Rest easy," he whispered. "Your song will not fade again." As he turned toward the tunnel, the stillness followed, not clinging, but accompanying, like the echo of a friend's footsteps behind him. When he stepped back into the outer air, the world felt renewed. Birdsong crisp, wind cool, sunlight vibrant. Even the mist shimmered with subtle tone. He looked to the valley far below. The lanterns flickered faintly, hundreds of small lights beginning to stir in unison. The silence was no longer erasing them. It was listening. Aelor smiled. "Then we begin again." He lifted his lantern, now glowing with soft white gold fire, a fusion of light and stillness, dream and calm. The flame hummed faintly, a perfect note of peace. With steady steps, he began his descent, carrying silence not as shadow, but as part of the song. The last of the afternoon light lingered across the ridges like a golden veil. From the mouth of the cavern, Aelor stepped into that glow, his lantern bright at his side, his heart carrying its echo. The mountain air was cool and fragrant, full of pine and wet moss. The silence he brought with him was not emptiness now, but stillness alive with presence, a quiet that breathed. He paused at the edge of the cliff path and looked down. Below him, the valley of Elarion stretched in a great bowl of shadow and light. Between the folds of mist, faint sparks shimmered, the lanterns of the valley flickering uncertainly as though sensing their keeper's return. He smiled softly. "You're waking." The wind rose from the east, curling around him like an embrace. It carried the scent of rain mixed with the sweetness of evening flowers. A voice came upon that breeze, light and musical. The wind spirit, now distant but near in every current. "You have walked through stillness and returned with breath. The valley waits." Elera bowed his head. "Then let me guide it home." He began his descent. The path wound downward through terraces of stone, slick with dew, past springs that whispered quietly as they trickled through moss. Every sound he heard now seemed part of a single rhythm. The water's murmur, the wind's sigh, his steady steps, even the soft chime of his lantern joined the melody. The mountain no longer felt vast or foreign. It felt like an extension of his own being. The world breathed, and he breathed with it. When he reached the lower slopes, the air shimmered faintly, silver threads of mist drifting through sunlight. He paused at a small clearing where the trees leaned inward, forming a natural arch. Beneath it grew wildflowers glowing faintly blue, their petals trembling though the air was still. As he passed among them, they opened wider, releasing motes of light that floated upward like small, contented sighs. He realized these flowers were dream blooms, the first signs that the valley's dreams were returning to life. The silence had not destroyed them, only lulled them to sleep. Now, they awoke at his presence. He knelt and brushed a petal with his fingertips. The light from it flowed gently into his hand, not fading but sharing. He smiled. "You remember, don't you?" The flower seemed to shimmer in answer, its glow deepening before settling into calm. A breeze passed through the trees carrying a new sound, faint, rhythmic, like a heartbeat spread through air. The ground beneath him trembled slightly. He looked up. The clouds above the valley were moving in slow spirals, each turn accompanied by a soft hum. It was as though the entire sky had become an instrument of breath. He recognized the rhythm. It matched the tone of the silence he had heard in the chamber, now transformed into harmony. The quiet of forgetting had become the quiet of balance. He lifted his lantern toward the sky. Its flame flared, answering the hum with a note of its own, bright, clean, and full of warmth. The sound rolled outward through the air like ripples through water. One by one, the flowers around him brightened, their petals glowing in time with his heartbeat. The valley responded. Faint lights began to stir along the riverbanks, shimmering through the mist. It was the first breath of dawn's memory returning, though the sun had not yet risen. Aelor closed his eyes, letting the rhythm move through him. Every breath he took now carried light. When he exhaled, tiny motes of golden dust drifted from his lips and joined the air, twining with the wind's invisible current. He realized then that the breath itself, the simplest act of living, was the same force that had always kept the valley alive. Light, sound, silence, and breath were one continuous motion. He whispered, "Elarion breathes again." The air shimmered. The wind spirit's laughter, faint but joyful, rolled across the slopes like the sound of flutes carried on wind. "Then breathe with it, Keeper. The valley's dream depends on your heartbeat now." He stood still for a moment, feeling that truth. It wasn't burden, but belonging. The idea that every inhale might renew a star, that every exhale might soothe a storm, filled him with reverence. For the first time, he felt no separation between himself and the land he served. He continued downward as the sky deepened to bronze. The light changed, not brighter, but warmer, the color of fire seen through honey. Shadows lengthened, soft and kind. Along the path, he began to see faint figures forming within the mist, shapes made of air and memory. They watched him pass with luminous eyes, old keepers perhaps, or fragments of forgotten dreams. None spoke. Their silence was peaceful, almost smiling. As he reached the valley floor, he noticed that the river had changed color. Its surface glowed faintly gold, as if reflecting a sun hidden beneath the earth. The water moved slowly, every ripple carrying threads of light. He followed it until it led him to a wide stone bridge, one he had crossed many times before, though it now looked renewed. The veil of rain had disappeared. In its place flowed gentle mist, woven with starlight. He stepped onto the bridge, and it sang beneath his feet, a low, resonant tone that vibrated through his bones. The melody intertwined with his lantern's hum, forming harmony. He realized this was the valley's heartbeat, answering him. Each step forward deepened the sound, until the entire valley seemed to breathe in rhythm. Halfway across, he stopped. The light of the setting sun spread across the river, turning the mist to molten gold. The reflection of his lantern appeared on the surface below, but not as one flame. Dozens, hundreds of tiny lights shimmered there, each pulsing gently like hearts. He understood. Every lantern in Elarion had rekindled a spark from his own. His journey through stillness had awakened them all. He whispered, "You're with me." A single breeze swept across the bridge, swirling around him. It carried faint voices, laughter, sighs, fragments of songs he had heard in the echo fields. The air itself seemed to thank him. The lanterns along the distant hills flared softly, lighting one by one, until the valley glowed like a galaxy reborn. He stepped off the bridge and turned toward home. The sky above him had begun to shift, stars emerging early, brighter than before. Their light mingled with the lanterns below, as though sky and earth had finally remembered they were one. The wind brushed his hair, whispering softly. The breath of light moves through all things now. He smiled, eyes glistening. Then the silence is healed. The air answered not with words but with calm. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the murmuring of water, the whisper of his cloak, carried the same gentle rhythm. He realized that stillness had not been defeated. It had learned to sing again. He stopped once more and lifted his lantern. "Thank you," he said to the valley, to the mountain, to the unseen spirits who had guided him. "I will carry your light wherever silence falls." The flame pulsed once, gold deepening to white. For a moment, everything around him glowed, trees, stones, river, air, all sharing the same breath. Then the light softened, settling into quiet harmony. Night began to fall, slow and silver. He continued walking, the glow of his lantern leading him down the path toward Elarion, where dawn's first dream awaited. And as he walked, the valley's song followed him, the rhythm of wind, water, and heart, woven together into one unbroken breath of light. When the last trace of sun slipped behind the western ridge, the valley held its breath. For a heartbeat, the world was neither night nor day. The air hung weightless, full of waiting. Then softly, light began to return. It started at the river's edge, where small globes of gold floated up from the water like seeds rising through air. Each one shimmered, found its place among the reeds, and steadied into a lantern's glow. More followed, blooming along the banks until the whole river ran with light. The glow climbed the terraces, filling windows, curling around the roofs of cottages, spilling through open doors. The valley of Elarion was waking. Aelor stood on the path above the town, his lantern raised. The flame inside mirrored the hundreds below, answering each in turn. He could feel their warmth against his skin, as if the valley itself exhaled through every window. The silence that once smothered the hills now hummed gently, content, listening. He descended toward the heart of the valley. With every step, the world grew clearer, colors richer, scents sharper, sounds layered again. Rainwater dripped from leaves in steady rhythm, mixing with the distant murmur of voices, real voices, human, fragile, and astonished. At the foot of the path, an elder woman stood beside her doorway, holding an unlit lantern of glass, shaped like a teardrop. She looked at Aelor, recognition dawning in her eyes. "Keeper," she whispered, "is it truly morning?" He smiled, touching the rim of her lantern with his own. Flame leapt gently from one to the other. No spark required, the glass filled with golden light. The woman gasped, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I dreamt of my daughter," she said, voice trembling. "For the first time in years. The dreams remember us now," Aelor said softly. "Keep them near." Words spread faster than footsteps. Doors opened, faces appeared, blinking in wonder. Children pointed at the reawakened lanterns and laughed, their voices ringing like bells through mist. One by one, the people of Elarion stepped into the night, carrying lanterns newly lit, holding them high so their reflections rippled on wet stone. Every flame seemed to carry a story back into the air. Aelor walked among them, greeting each with quiet nods. The fox spirit's paw prints glowed faintly near the well, where rainwater shimmered in spirals. He knew the elder watched unseen, pleased. A soft gust brushed his ear, the wind spirit's song mingling with the rustle of hair and leaves. The world no longer divided itself between realms. The boundary had melted into harmony. He crossed the square to the fountain where once the great lantern had stood. Its pedestal remained empty, cold stone reflecting the lanterns around it. Aelor approached, heart steady. "You've waited long enough," he murmured. He lifted his lantern and placed it upon the pedestal. Its glow expanded outward, touching every other light in sight. The air thickened with warmth. A low hum rose, weaving through the crowd. Colors rippled, gold deepening to amber, silver curling through edges. Then, from beneath the fountain's water, a deep resonance answered. A bloom of light unfurled, swirling upward in a column of mist. Within it, a new flame appeared, larger than any before, soft as breath, yet brilliant as dawn. The people gasped, awe turning to tears. The great lantern of Elarion had relit itself, its glass reforming from the air, its song returning to the sky. Aelor stepped back, watching as beams of light arched above the rooftops, connecting one lantern to another, until the entire valley shone as a single constellation. The hum became music, low, wordless, full of joy and memory. He recognized fragments of melodies from his childhood, Lullabies, work songs, laughter set to rhythm. Every voice that had ever lived here seemed to rise together in harmony. He turned his face upward. The clouds parted, revealing a pale dawn still distant but certain. The light of the lanterns reached toward it, and for a moment sky and valley mirrored one another, above and below. Aelor felt his chest expand with quiet wonder. The ember the fox had given him was gone from his neck. Its warmth now beat in time with the valley's own heart. He realized that there was no separation left between keeper and kept, between dream and dreamer. Everything breathed the same light. He stood upon the fountain's edge and looked over the gathered crowd. "Elarion remembers," he said softly. His voice carried easily, as though borne by wind. "We are whole again." A murmur of relief and gratitude swept through the valley. Some knelt, others laughed through tears. Children dipped their fingers in the glowing water, leaving trails of gold that faded into sparkles. The river answered with rippling song. As the celebration swelled, Aelor stepped away quietly. He wandered toward the outskirts, where the lantern paths wound upward to the hills. From there he could see the entire valley shining like a bowl of captured starlight. The sight filled him with gentle awe. Yet beneath it all, he felt something subtler, a quiet invitation. The journey was not over. The lanterns burned again, but their dream still needed tending. He walked to the edge of a meadow where wild myrtle bloomed, its fragrance drifting on cool air. Fireflies wove among the petals, their light faint beside the lanterns but steady. He sat upon a stone and watched, letting peace settle into his bones. The night's long weariness melted from him. In the distance, bells began to ring. Slow, joyful, unhurried. The tone carried far across water and mist, blending with birdsong as the first true rays of dawn spilled over the eastern ridge. They touched his face with gentle warmth. He breathed deeply, eyes closing. When he opened them, the elder fox stood a few paces away, fur glowing like molten copper in the new light. "You kept your promise," the fox said, voice soft but sure. Aelor bowed. "And the valley kept its faith." The fox's eyes narrowed kindly. "You learned that light and silence are not opposites but partners. Hold that truth well. It will guide you long after the lanterns need you no more." "I will," he said, "but for now there is much to tend." The fox nodded once, then turned toward the brightening horizon. "Then tend gently." It leapt into the mist, leaving behind only a shimmer of gold where its paws had touched the earth. Aelor watched the shimmer fade. The wind stirred, carrying the scent of new rain. Though the sky was clear, he smiled. Far below, the people's voices rose again, singing now, the same melody the wind spirit had once taught him in the Hall of Winds. The sound drifted up the slopes, meeting the dawn halfway. He joined it quietly, humming under his breath. The valley answered, the air alive with harmony. Light spread over the fields, catching on dew and stone. The song continued, blending with the rustle of wind until it felt like the whole world breathed in rhythm. And through it all, the keeper of lanterns stood still, eyes closed, heart steady, part of the song he had restored. The day began, not loud, not grand, but calm and luminous, the way all beginnings should be. Elarion had awakened, and with it, Aelor too. Morning settled over Elarion like a gentle sigh. The rain had ceased entirely, leaving the valley washed clean, the air heavy with the scent of damp grass and cedar. Mist still lingered in pockets above the fields, catching sunlight and scattering it in small halos. Every surface glistened, every leaf, every roof tile, every river stone reflecting fragments of dawn. Aelor walked along the cobbled lane that wound between the cottages. He moved slowly, allowing the quiet to soak through him. It was not the hush of loss anymore, but of contentment, the sound of a place exhaling After a long-held breath, his lantern hung at his side, its flame small but serene. For the first time, he realized it no longer needed tending. It burned with the rhythm of his heart, fed by remembrance itself. Villagers greeted him as he passed. Some bowed, others simply smiled, their faces brightened by sleep restored. "Keeper," they said, their voices soft with reverence. "Dreams have returned." He nodded to each, replying not with ceremony but warmth. "Then let them stay awake within you," he told them. "Don't hide them again when the day grows heavy." Children followed behind him, laughing as their shadows danced across the glowing cobbles. They carried small glass orbs filled with morning dew, the newly awakened dream blooms that had fallen from the trees during the night. Their laughter rippled like sunlight on water. He watched them and thought, this is what it means for a valley to breathe. At the square, where the great lantern now burned with steady brilliance, people gathered in gentle celebration. Tables were covered in simple foods, baked roots, wild honey, and steamed grains, offerings to mark the return of light. Someone had filled clay bowls with river water that shimmered faintly gold. The elders moved among the people, sprinkling droplets over their heads as blessings. Every drop left a trace of warmth upon the skin, like a spark of recognition. Elder Mirren, whose hair was white as frost, approached Ealor with a small wooden box in her hands. "The valley has a gift for its keeper," she said, voice roughened by age, yet soft as moss. He bowed his head. "The valley has already given more than I could hope to hold." "Still," she said, pressing the box into his palms, "take this, so that the memory may travel beyond us." He opened the lid. Inside lay a single seed, smooth and luminous, its color shifting between silver and gold. It pulsed faintly with light. "It fell from the great lantern's flame when it returned," she explained. "They say it holds a piece of the valley's first dream, planted where silence grows again, and Elarion will remember itself through you." Ealor closed the box carefully, heart swelling with quiet gratitude. "Then I will carry it wherever I go," he promised, "even into places where no one remembers what light feels like." Mirren smiled. "That is what it means to be a keeper, to carry not only flame but story." She placed her hand over his heart, "and to let it rest when the world remembers without you." He bowed deeply. "Then may that day come gently." As the morning unfolded, the valley filled with the sounds of living again. Hammers tapped softly as shutters were repaired. Looms hummed with threads of new color, and songs drifted across courtyards, some old, some newly born. Ealor listened, moving among them quietly, ensuring that every lantern glowed evenly. But as he worked, he noticed something remarkable. Each flame seemed to hum with a unique tone, as if every household had its own melody. The valley had not returned to one single song. It had become a chorus. He stopped beside the riverbank where reeds swayed in the light breeze. The water moved slowly, carrying reflections of lanterns like floating stars. Kneeling, he cupped a handful of the luminous current. The warmth against his skin was unmistakable. The living pulse of the valley's dream. He whispered, "Thank you." The river replied with ripples that formed shapes of letters before dissolving again. He recognized the pattern. The same ancient runes carved into the lantern stones. Their meaning came to him easily now. Light is memory, and memory is love made visible. He smiled and let the water slip through his fingers. His hand no longer trembled. He had learned what the elders never told him. The keeper's true duty was not protection, but participation. The lanterns thrived because he allowed his own heart to burn with them. From across the square, a familiar shape appeared. The wind spirit, no longer ethereal, but woven into the sunlight itself, a shimmer in the air that traced outlines above the fountain. It spoke softly, voice carried by the morning breeze. "You have given the valley back its breath. Now it will give you its memory. The air thickened with warmth. All around him faint lights rose, small motes drifting from lanterns, flowers, and the hands of villagers. They gathered above the fountain, swirling together into a single sphere of radiant glow. The sphere pulsed once, twice, and then drifted down toward him. It hovered before his chest, waiting. He reached out. The moment his fingers touched the light, visions bloomed in his mind. Centuries of lives unfolding through the valley's eyes. The first stone laid beside the river, the first song sung to call rain, the first dream turned to flame. He saw each keeper who had come before him, their lanterns bright, their hearts steady, and within those memories he saw his own reflection, always there, as though he had been part of this story since its first breath. The vision faded, leaving warmth and awe. The sphere dissolved into his chest, merging with the ember that still pulsed faintly inside. He felt no burden, only belonging. His breath came easier, as though the whole valley breathed with him now. The wind spirit's voice brushed his ear again. Remember, Aelor, light is never kept, it is shared. Wherever you walk, the valley will walk too. He bowed his head. Then I'll wander kindly. The breeze stirred, lifting fallen petals from the square, spinning them skyward until they glowed like sparks. Then it faded, leaving only sunlight and laughter behind. Aelor turned once more to the people. They were already moving with purpose, rebuilding, tending, dreaming. No one needed guidance now. The keeper's role for the first time in memory was no longer to guard but simply to witness. He sat beside the fountain, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath him, the hum of life all around. For a long while, he said nothing. The air tasted sweet, full of myrtle and promise. Bees moved lazily among the flowering herbs, and from the far hills came the echo of children singing a new song, one that spoke of rain and light, and a keeper who listened to the silence until it learned to sing. He smiled. The valley no longer needed him as before, yet it would always remember him, and he it. That was the true gift, the exchange of remembrance between world and heart. He rose, taking up his lantern once more. Its flame shimmered with colors unseen, gold edged with silver, blue threaded through white. It pulsed not as fire, but as breath. The valley remembers, he whispered, and the air replied, gentle and sure, and so do you. The sun stood high above Elarion, its rays gilding every leaf and lantern. The air shimmered with the heat of calm, not weariness. After nights of rain and silence, the valley basked in warmth that seemed to come not only from the sky, but from its own renewed breath. Aelor walked the familiar road that wound between the fields, his cloak trailing through tall grasses now heavy with seed. Bees buzzed lazily nearby, and the faint scent of thyme drifted on the wind. His lantern swayed at his hip, its glow faint in daylight but alive with a quiet pulse, proof that even when unseen, light endures. He had left the town square behind him, its laughter fading into distance. Ahead lay the forest path that would lead him toward the northern hills, where the Lantern Keeper's cottages stood. Though the valley had invited him to rest, he felt a gentle pull to return home, to the small wooden house beneath the elder trees, where he had begun his journey. The earth felt soft under his boots. The rhythm of his steps matched the distant toll of bells, one deep, one high, ringing together in steady cadence. It sounded like breathing. The valley's new heartbeat carried through metal and air. He paused on a ridge overlooking the river. From there he could see the flow of gold beneath its surface, a current of living memory winding through the land. He watched reflections drift across the water, faces, lanterns, clouds, all mingling and vanishing into one another. For a moment he wondered if he too was a reflection, a shape made by light remembering itself. He smiled. If so, he murmured, then let me reflect kindness. He followed the trail downward through the birch grove. The leaves rustled in patterns like whispered words. As he passed, beams of light filtered through, scattering across his path in circles. He recognized the shapes as runes of blessing, marks of passage placed by the spirits in gratitude. The forest remembered his steps, just as he remembered its quiet guidance. Near a bend, a soft sound reached his ears, a melody carried by wind. He stopped, listening. It was the same tune his mother had sung when he was a child, the one he had surrendered at the Veil of Rain. The song floated now between branches, faint but unmistakable. He whispered, "So you return too." A small figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, a child with hair the color of twilight moss, holding a reed flute carved from river cane. The child smiled shyly, continuing to play. When the melody ended, they lowered the flute and said, "It came to me in a dream." Aelor's heart swelled. That song belonged to my mother. Then perhaps she dreamed it for me, the child said simply. Dreams travel like wind. They belong to everyone who listens. He knelt, smiling. "You're wiser than most keepers I've known." The child giggled. "The valley teaches quickly now. Will you stay for supper? My family says the lanterns burn brighter when we sing together." Aelor hesitated, then nodded. "I will, for a song's length." They led him through the trees to a small cottage beside a brook. The family within welcomed him without question, setting before him bread, herbs, and warm milk, flavored with honey. As they ate, they told him how dreams had returned to their sleep. Small visions of gardens, of laughter, of rain. "We used to think dreaming was for children," said the father, breaking bread. "Now we see it's how the valley breathes." Aelor listened, smiling. "Keep dreaming," he said. "It keeps the silence listening instead of speaking." After the meal, they gathered outside as the sun dipped low. The child began to play the flute again, the mother humming along, her voice rising and falling like river water. Fireflies emerged, circling the lantern hung at their door. Aelor joined softly, humming the harmony he had learned from the wind spirit. The tones wove together, wind, voice, breath, until even the brook seemed to hum in rhythm. When the song ended, a hush settled, golden and full. The lantern's flame flickered higher, fed not by oil, but by the warmth between them. The family looked on in awe. "It listens to us," the mother whispered. Aelor smiled. "It always did. You just forgot how to hear." They offered him a place to sleep, but he declined gently. "I must keep walking. The lanterns beyond the forest still need tending." The child handed him a small charm woven of river grass and blue thread. "To remember our song," they said. He tied it to his lantern's handle, where it swayed like a tiny green flame. "And I will," he promised. As he left, the stars began to appear, early, bright and steady. He followed the path northward, the forest thinning until he reached the slope where his cottage stood. Its roof was moss-covered, its windows clouded with dust, but the lantern hanging by the door still glowed faintly, untouched by time. He paused before it, resting a hand on the doorframe. "Home," he whispered. The word echoed softly through the air. Inside, the faint scent of lavender lingered, dried bundles still hanging where he'd left them. The hearth lay cold, but when he set his lantern upon it, warmth filled the room. Light spread across the floor, catching on old wood and the edges of parchment scattered across the table. Notes of his studies, half-finished songs, and maps of lantern paths. He sat down by the window, opening the shutters. The valley stretched beneath him, luminous and whole. He could see every lantern, every flicker of life. For the first time in many seasons, he felt entirely at peace. He unlatched the small box Elder Mirren had given him. The seed within glowed softly, like a drop of captured sunlight. He turned it between his fingers, feeling its warmth. "You carry the first dream," he said, "and now you'll grow with mine." Outside his cottage, beneath the elder trees, the soil was damp and rich from the recent rains. He knelt, pressed his fingers into the earth, and placed the seed within. The moment he covered it, the ground trembled faintly, and a sprout emerged, small, green, shimmering with threads of light. It grew a single leaf shaped like a flame. He touched it gently. "Rest well," he whispered. "You'll remind us to remember." The wind answered with a soft sigh, lifting his hair and brushing his cheek. The scent of rain mingled with lavender and warm stone. He returned to his chair by the window. The sky deepened to indigo, lanterns gleaming brighter against it. He took a slow breath, listening to the harmony of night. Somewhere in the distance he thought he heard laughter, the voices of the wind spirit and elder fox mingling with the song of the river. Aelor leaned back, eyes half closed. "The valley dreams," he murmured, "and so do I." The lantern beside him flickered once, then steadied, its flame burning calm and eternal, the heart of the valley resting in the hands of its keeper once more. Night unfurled over Elarion, tender and deep. The stars stretched clear across the sky, mirrored in every lantern below until the valley looked like a bowl of living constellations. From his cottage window, Elera watched the world breathe, clouds drifting like slow thoughts across the moon, branches swaying with the rhythm of calm air. Inside, the hearth glowed softly. The small plant he had buried beneath the elder trees shimmered faintly through the open door, its single leaf releasing tiny motes of light that rose like fireflies. The valley's first dream, reborn and growing quietly, required no tending, only love. Aelor sat at his wooden desk, the lantern before him. Its flame burned steady and gentle, bright enough to write by, but soft enough not to disturb the quiet. Scrolls lay scattered around him, not records of duty but stories. Each page held sketches of light patterns, fragments of songs, notes about how wind and silence intertwine. His handwriting had changed. It flowed easier now, less precise but more alive, as though the quill moved in time with his heartbeat. He dipped the nib again, then paused, listening. Outside, an owl called once, its voice low and echoing through the trees. In reply, a faint hum drifted from the valley below, the resonance of thousands of sleeping hearts. The air itself seemed to murmur lullabies. He smiled. Even in sleep they remember. He wrote a final line across the page. "Light does not ask to be seen. It asks to be shared." When the ink dried, he rolled the parchment and tied it with a thin ribbon of blue silk, the same shade as the river at dawn. He placed it gently in the box beside his chair, where other scrolls waited. He would send them to the new apprentices once the season turned. The keepers who followed would not need to battle darkness or fear. They would simply learn to listen. That would be his legacy. Aelor rose and stepped outside. The ground was cool, the air moist with scent of earth and cedar. The moon hung directly above the valley, silver and full. He tilted his head back, eyes half closed, feeling its light on his face. For a long time, he breathed in silence. No wind stirred, no water rushed, and yet the stillness vibrated with quiet life. He realized he was hearing not sound, but memory itself, the hum of a valley, awake even in rest. He walked down to the brook, where stones gleamed wet beneath the moon. The water flowed gently, carrying ribbons of light beneath its surface. He crouched and dipped his hand in. The current coiled around his fingers like silk, cool and alive. It carried faint voices, like the echo of dreams, laughter, whispers, fragments of the songs sung earlier that day. He felt them brush his skin before floating onward. "Carry them well," he murmured. The river gurgled in response, its ripples forming a slow spiraled pattern before smoothing again. He recognized the symbol, the same spiral carved in the chamber of stillness. It was the sign of return, the end meeting its beginning. As he stood, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Across the brook, a small figure waited, fur gleaming like red embers in the moonlight. The elder fox had returned, its tail swaying in lazy rhythm. It regarded him silently for a moment, then spoke in its warm, rumbling voice. "You've learned to walk softly, Keeper." Elor bowed. "And you, old friend, still find me when I least expect you." The fox stepped onto a rock, tail tip glowing faintly. "I never left. You simply learned to see the space where I waited." Elor smiled. Then all this time, even the silence held company. The fox's eyes shone. Silence was never empty. It only needed a listener who didn't demand sound. For a while, neither spoke. The night was full of subtle movement, branches creaking, distant insects whispering through grass. Each sound blended seamlessly into the next, a single long exhale of life. Finally, the fox said, "The valley dreams again. It will need fewer keepers soon. Are you ready for that?" Elor looked back toward his cottage, the tiny sprout glowing beneath the trees. "I think I am," he said softly. "A song doesn't vanish when it ends. It rests, waiting for another voice. Then perhaps yours has earned its rest." He chuckled quietly. "Perhaps, but I'd like to hum a little longer." The fox tilted its head, amused. "Then hum, Keeper, the world still listens." It turned to leave, but paused. "The seed you planted, when it blooms, it will release a light that never fades. When you see it, you'll know your task is complete." Elor inclined his head. "And after that?" The fox's gaze softened. "After that, dream freely." Then, with a flick of its tail, it vanished into mist. He lingered by the brook for a while longer, watching moonlight tremble upon water. Then he returned to his cottage. The hearth still glowed, the lantern still burned, and the quiet was tender as a heartbeat. He sat again by the window, the seedling's light visible through the open shutters. He thought of everything that had passed, the bridge of rain, the hall of winds, the mirror pond, the chamber of stillness. Each place lived within him now, not as memory, but as breath. He was no longer the apprentice who feared silence. He had become the voice within it. As he leaned back, sleep began to pull gently at his mind. But this was not the old exhaustion that once dulled his senses. It was a calm invitation, the kind of rest that comes when work becomes peace. He whispered, half dreaming, "If I should dream again, let it be gentle." Outside, the wind rose, carrying a faint melody, the lullaby of the Lantern Keepers, sung by the valley itself. Its notes drifted through the trees and curled around his lantern flame, which flickered once as if listening. The melody wove through the night, slow, low, endless. Elor's breathing matched its rhythm. The house, the forest, and the valley breathed with him. When dawn approached, faint pink spreading across the horizon, the seedling beneath the elder trees quivered. A small bud opened, releasing a single drop of silver dew that floated upward like a tiny star. It drifted through the window and hovered above Elor's lantern. For an instant, the two lights met and became one. The keeper stirred in his chair, eyes fluttering open. He smiled at the sight, understanding without words. The valley was giving its final gift, the echo of return. He whispered, "Then the dream continues." The dewlight shimmered once more and dissolved into the air, leaving a faint scent of myrtle and rain. Outside, the first bird began to sing. The valley woke anew, not from silence, but from sleep filled with harmony. Elor watched the light of morning touch the horizon. His heart felt full, not of duty, but of quiet joy. "Home," he murmured again, this time not to a place, but to the world itself. And the world, in its gentle breath, replied. The light before sunrise was unlike any he had seen. It did not rise from the horizon, but seemed to well up from the earth itself, slow liquid gold seeping through the roots and stones, touching every blade of grass from below. The valley shimmered as though it had drawn its own dawn. Elor opened his eyes to it, the faint warmth brushing his face. His lantern, still resting by the window, glowed in harmony with the new light outside, the two flames indistinguishable. The little sprout beneath the elder trees had grown overnight. From his chair he could see it now, tall as his shoulder, its stem a pale, translucent silver. The single leaf had unfolded into three, each tipped with light, and at its crown bloomed a small flower, like a flame carved of crystal. He rose slowly, his breath steady. The air carried the scent of wet soil and something sweeter, the fragrance of beginnings. Stepping outside, he crossed the dew-soft grass barefoot. The ground pulsed faintly beneath his steps, like a heartbeat. When he reached the flowering plant, the petals quivered, sensing him. Threads of light rose from them, spiraling upward into the morning air, forming slow, shifting patterns, a language made of motion. He understood it instinctively. You have returned all that was given. The voice was not sound, but warmth behind his ribs, the same tone he had heard within the chamber of stillness. He knelt before the flower. And you have kept the memory alive, he whispered. Will you keep growing? We grow together, the voice replied. The keeper who remembers becomes the dream that endures. Elor bowed his head. Then let this dream be kind. The flower glowed brighter, then slowly released a droplet from its heart, a bead of light that hovered before his chest. It hovered, pulsing softly. He extended his hands, and it drifted closer until it touched the space over his heart. There was no pain, only warmth, like an exhale entering him. The moment it merged with him, the world brightened. The forest around the cottage stirred with life, birds bursting from the branches, rivers glittering anew. He felt every sound, every motion as if they belonged to him. The boundary between his breath and the valleys dissolved completely. He understood then. He was no longer the keeper of the lanterns. He was their keeper because he was their light. Each heartbeat sent quiet ripples through the valley. Every lantern in Elarion flickered gently in answer, a web of living flame woven through air and memory. He could sense them all, the one hanging at the baker's door, the one by the bridge, the one glowing in the healer's window. They were no longer mere glass and fire. They were dreams remembering themselves through him. He whispered, "We're awake together." From the mist at the forest's edge came movement, the wind spirit descending like dawn's breath, ribbons of turquoise trailing behind. Its laughter shimmered in the air. So, the valley sings through your veins now. Elor turned toward it, smiling softly. And through yours, old friend. The spirit circled him once, then hovered at his shoulder, its form fluid as breeze. Does it feel heavy, carrying a world's remembering? He shook his head. No, it feels endless, like breathing. Then you have become what the elders called the quiet flame, the spirit said. The one who guards by being, not by doing. Elor chuckled gently. That sounds far grander than I deserve. Grandeur, the spirit teased, was never the valley's way, only grace. They stood together as the mist lifted. The first true sunlight broke across the ridge, streaming down like liquid honey. It touched the flower, which shimmered and bent slightly toward Elor, as though bowing farewell. The bloom's petals loosened, drifting upward one by one, transforming into motes of light. They rose into the morning sky, until they became part of the daylight itself. The spirit murmured, "The valley remembers you now in every sunrise." Elor's chest tightened with a feeling too large for words. "Then my journey is complete." "Not complete," said the spirit softly. "Changed." You will walk the valley still, not in form, but in breath, in wind, in warmth. He looked toward the distant rooftops, their lanterns still glowing faintly, even under sun. Will they know? They will feel it, said the spirit. A stillness in their hearts before they dream, a calm before they speak. They'll call it peace, but it will be you listening. Aelor closed his eyes. The thought filled him with quiet joy. That is enough. The wind stirred again, curling through his hair, brushing his face like a farewell. He felt lighter, not as though fading, but as though becoming air. His outline shimmered, faint threads of light unraveling from his fingertips. The spirit's voice whispered, "Breathe once more, Keeper." He inhaled deeply, the scent of pine, rain, fire, and home, and exhaled. With that breath, the last of his form dissolved into the morning light, scattering like pollen caught by wind. The wind spirit lingered, its shape glowing faintly in the clearing. "Farewell, Aelor," it murmured. "You are the lantern now." Then it too drifted upward, following the light that rose toward the valley sky. Far below, in the town square, a young apprentice sweeping the steps of the fountain looked up suddenly. The morning breeze had changed, warmer, alive. The lantern beside him flickered though no wind touched it. He heard a whisper in the rustle of the leaves. "Listen." He paused, heart still, then smiled. "Keeper?" No answer, only a soft hum, like a heartbeat within air. He placed his hand over his chest and bowed his head. "Thank you," he said. All around, the lanterns flared gently, as if echoing the words. The valley was awake. The keeper lived within its breath. That morning, travelers passing along the high road swore they saw a thin veil of golden mist rising from Elarion, bright as dawn but shaped like wings. They said it shimmered once and vanished, leaving behind the faint scent of rain and wild myrtle. And though none could prove it, they spoke of a new calm spreading across the lowlands in the days that followed, the kind of peace that made even the restless pause to listen. Farmers began to hum again while they worked. Rivers flowed clearer, and each night, just before lanterns were lit, the air seemed to sigh with quiet gratitude. If one stood very still, one could hear it, a single sustained note of harmony woven through wind and water. The valley's pulse, the keeper's breath. The morning unfolded slowly, golden light washing over rooftops and flowing into every open window. Elarion stirred in gentle rhythm, as though the valley itself yawned after a long, peaceful sleep. No one rushed, no one called out. The silence between each sound was calm, full, and alive. The great lantern at the heart of the square burned steady, its glow softer than flame, warmer than the sun. It pulsed like a heartbeat, slow and kind. From it, waves of light rolled through the air, unseen to most, but felt by all. They moved through walls and rivers, through breath and birdsong, touching everything that lived. Children woke to the scent of baking bread and the faint chime of wind bells. The elder woman who once feared her dreams now sat by her doorway, weaving soft cloth dyed in hues of dawn. Her fingers moved in time with the rustle of the breeze. Each thread shimmered faintly with color, as though catching sunlight that had not yet reached the ground. Along the riverbanks, the reeds swayed in rhythm, their tops crowned with dew like beads of glass. When the wind passed through them, they sang, a low hum rising and falling with the current. The sound was so delicate that travelers often paused, thinking it a trick of hearing. Yet every villager knew what it was, the valley's song, carried on breath and water. And within that song lived a name, Aelor, spoken not in words but in warmth. In the meadows beyond the town, wildflowers had spread overnight, their petals glowing faintly under sunlight. The place where Aelor's cottage stood had become a garden, though no hands had tended it. The flower born from the seed still bloomed, its petals open wide, releasing threads of silver mist into the air. Bees drifted lazily through them, their hum blending with the sound of the reeds. A young girl approached the garden, barefoot and curious. She carried a basket of river stones, each one etched with symbols her father had taught her: spirals, stars, waves, and hearts. She knelt beside the flower, setting the stones in a circle around its roots. "My father says you are the keeper," she whispered, "that you still listen when we sing." The air stirred gently, brushing her hair back from her face. She smiled. "Then I'll sing for you." Her voice rose, thin at first, then fuller as courage found her throat. She sang the old lullaby the valley had long forgotten, the same melody that had once guided Aelor through the veil of rain. "Lantern bright, keep the night, hold our dreams till morning light." As she sang, the flower's glow deepened, light rippled outward through the soil, spreading across the clearing, along the brook, through the forest roots, until it reached the valley below. Lanterns flickered in unison, flames dancing to the rhythm of her song. The breeze picked up, carrying the melody across hills and water. In the town, people looked up from their work. They heard the tune and recognized it, though none could say from where. Some began to hum along, others added their voices. Within moments, the entire valley was singing. The sound rose higher, mingling with birdsong, blending into the wind, until it seemed the air itself had learned the words. Above, the clouds turned faintly gold, then pale rose, then white. Sunlight burst over the ridge, spilling warmth into every corner. The river caught it, the roofs reflected it, and the lanterns answered with brilliance. And in that moment, the world stood complete, neither silent nor loud, neither dreaming nor awake, but both. In the forest, the elder fox emerged from shadow, pausing to watch the valley below. Its fur shimmered in morning hues, amber fading to gold, gold fading to pale. A faint smile touched its muzzle. "So," it murmured. The light learned to listen. From the trees behind came a ripple of laughter, clear and playful. The wind spirit appeared, swirling into form beside the fox. He kept his promise. Even gone, he breathes here. The fox nodded. The lanterns burn through memory now. The valley needs no keeper, only care. "Then let them tend each other," said the spirit, eyes bright. "The song of dawn will remind them." They stood together, two old guardians watching the world hum with life. The wind shifted, rustling through the grass, carrying faint scents of rosemary and rain. The fox stretched, tail flicking. "We will wander then, to where other valleys sleep, and whisper their dreams awake," the spirit added. Together, they faded into air, leaving behind a trail of light that hung like mist in morning sun. Down in Elarion, the girl finished her song and pressed a hand to the flower's stem. "Thank you," she whispered. A breeze stirred the petals, releasing one small spark of light. It hovered before her eyes, a droplet of gold pulsing softly. Without fear, she cupped her palms around it. The glow spread through her fingers, then sank gently into her chest. She gasped softly, then smiled. "Warm," she said. She looked up at the sky. The clouds drifted slowly eastward, glowing faintly. A distant chime echoed, a sound like a bell rung once, gently from nowhere and everywhere at once. The song of dawn had ended, but its music lingered in the heart of every listener. As day carried on, life unfolded in easy rhythm. The farmers tended their fields humming softly. Merchants arranged their wares with new laughter. Children skipped along the paths tracing light with sticks. There was work, there was rest, and within both, a deep awareness of peace. No one spoke often of Aelor anymore. Yet no one forgot him. His story had become part of the air itself, told by wind, remembered by rain, sung by lanterns whenever night fell, and each time someone paused to breathe before lighting a flame, they felt that same warmth, A quiet hand on the shoulder, unseen, reassuring. The valley of Elarion lived in perfect harmony. And every morning, when the first rays touched the river, the water shimmered with color too delicate to name. It was said that if one listened closely then, one could hear a single low note beneath the birdsong. A heartbeat stretched across the world. The note was not Aelor's voice, nor was it silence. It was both. It was the sound of remembering. By late afternoon, the sunlight turned honey thick, pouring between the trees in slow golden streams. The air hung warm with the smell of moss and ripe fruit, and the river shimmered lazily below the hills. Lanterns already glowed faintly in the daylight, not out of need but habit, a rhythm the valley had learned to keep, like the heartbeat of a living thing. A slender path wound from the center of Elarion toward the northern woods, where the old bridges crossed the rivers of mist. It was called the Lantern Path now, though no one remembered who first gave it the name. Every few steps a small post rose from the earth, and upon each rested a lantern, some new, glass smooth and bright, others old, patched with copper and vine, but still burning steadily. The villagers took turns trimming the wicks, polishing the glass, and whispering blessings as they passed. They said each lantern carried a single memory of the valley, a child's first laughter, a kindness shared, a song hummed beside the fire. Each light was a story, glowing quietly along the road, reminding travelers that they walked through a place that remembered. A young apprentice named Callan walked that path as evening approached. His hair was the color of dark oak, and his hands bore smudges of soot from the forge. He carried no burden but a small satchel and a half-finished flute carved from elder wood. The valley had taught him to make instruments from fallen branches, saying each piece of wood still held a whisper of song waiting to be freed. As he walked, he hummed, a tune not learned but remembered, as though the path itself had placed it in his throat. His melody wound between the lanterns like a curious spirit, and their flames brightened in answer. He paused where the path bent toward a cluster of trees. The lantern nearest him flickered faintly. Inside its glass, a small carving was etched into the base, an old spiral symbol, worn smooth by time. He touched it reverently, tracing the lines. The pattern pulsed with warmth under his fingertips. "Keeper's mark," he whispered. His grandmother had told him of Aelor, the last of the Lantern Keepers, the one who taught silence to sing. It was said that though his body was gone, his breath remained in the wind. Callan had always thought it a bedtime tale, one meant to comfort restless children. But now, standing there, feeling warmth pulse through stone and air, he wondered. He looked around. The wind stirred softly, carrying the scent of rain long past. The sound that followed wasn't exactly a voice, nor exactly silence. It was something between, a gentle hum. Callan smiled. So the stories were true. He sat beside the lantern, setting his satchel down. From within, he pulled his small flute, half-shaped and uneven. He had meant to finish it before winter, but something urged him to play now, as it was. He raised it to his lips and blew a single note, rough at first, then clear, thin, silver. The sound carried, weaving between the trees, threading through air and light. One by one, the lanterns along the path flickered brighter. Birds quieted. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. He played again, letting instinct guide his fingers. The melody was simple, rising and falling like the sway of water. When he closed his eyes, he saw flashes of light, faces of people he'd never met, laughter echoing in rain, the shimmer of a flame on still water. He understood then that the music wasn't his alone. It belonged to everything that listened. When he finished, the forest exhaled. The lanterns dimmed slightly, returning to their steady, peaceful glow. A hush settled over the path, tender and whole. Callan lowered the flute and whispered, "Thank you." The breeze brushed his cheek as if answering. He stood and continued walking, humming the tune under his breath. The path sloped gently downward toward the village, where rooftops glimmered through the trees. Ahead, children ran barefoot, their laughter bright as bells. They carried ribbons and leaves, pretending to chase fireflies, though the evening light was still too early for them. "Look," one called. "The lanterns are singing again." Callan smiled as he approached. "They're only listening," he said. "You're the one singing." The children laughed and twirled, their small feet stirring dust that glowed faintly in the lowering light. Together, they walked down the path, their shadows long and soft behind them. The air filled with faint murmurs, the beginning of crickets, the sigh of water, the low hum of the valley preparing for night. When they reached the bridge, Callan stopped. Below, the river mirrored the sky, both washed in hues of rose and amber. The lanterns on the posts reflected across its surface like twin rows of stars. One of the children tugged his sleeve. "Tell us a story, traveler." He crouched beside them, smiling. "What kind of story?" "The first one," said a small girl with curls the color of wheat. "The one about the lantern that learned to dream." He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting to the horizon where the last light of day touched the mist. "Ah," he said softly, "that's an old story, but it never ends." The children gathered close as his voice dropped to a whisper. "Once there was a keeper who carried a lantern across a valley that had forgotten its song." The tale unfolded gently, like a lullaby. As he spoke, the lanterns brightened again, casting halos over the faces of those listening. Their eyes widened, reflecting the flames. The story wound through dusk and dream, weaving memory into the present. When he finished, silence lingered, a silence warm and full, not empty. One child yawned, leaning against his arm. "Did he ever come back?" another asked. Callan looked out over the glowing river. The wind brushed the surface, forming ripples of light. "He never left," he said. "He became the breath that keeps every flame alive." The children nodded solemnly, as if this made perfect sense. They rose, waving goodnight, and ran back toward the village. Their laughter faded into distance, replaced by the soft hum of evening insects. Callan remained by the bridge. The last light faded from the sky, and lanterns now shone fully, their glow mirrored in water and stars. He lifted his unfinished flute again, carved from elder wood, and blew a single note. The valley answered. A soft breeze rose, carrying warmth from every direction. The lanterns swayed, chiming faintly as their hooks turned. A murmur moved through air and leaf, a voice without form or name. "Well played, Keeper of Tomorrow." Callan froze, then smiled. Then the story continues. He looked down at the lantern by his feet. Its flame flickered once, bright and brief, then steadied. The spiral mark at its base glowed faintly in silver. He touched it and whispered, "I'll listen." The river below reflected 1,000 small lights, each trembling, alive. Above, the first stars appeared, shining quietly over the valley that remembered. And somewhere within the wind, faint but certain, came a low, contented hum. The lantern's breath, the keeper's song, the endless path between silence and flame. Night fell softly over Elarion, spreading silver calm across rooftops and streams. The lanterns glowed like pearls scattered through mist, their light mingling with the reflection of stars, until one could not tell where sky ended and river began. The valley was silent, but not empty. Every pause between the sounds of life, the creak of wood, the murmur of wind, the gentle breathing of sleepers, held music. It was the same harmony Aelor had once carried in his lantern, now diffused into everything that lived. At the fountain in the town square, the great lantern flickered slowly, its flame dancing in rhythm with unseen breaths. The water around it shimmered gold, each ripple gliding outward as if whispering blessings. It had become more than a light. It was a heartbeat visible to the eye. An elderly man approached the fountain, his steps unhurried. His hair, silver as moonlight, caught the glow as he knelt by the water. He had once been a blacksmith, long retired now, his hands scarred and strong. Every night he came here to listen. He dipped his fingers into the water. It was warm, not with heat, but with life. He smiled faintly, whispering, "Good evening, Keeper." The flame within the lantern brightened, just slightly, an answer, or perhaps the illusion of one. The old man chuckled. "You still keep us honest." He straightened, gazing around the quiet square. "We remember." His words carried into the stillness, and the stillness listened. Elsewhere, along the lantern path, Callan, the young apprentice, walked with his flute again. Though tonight he did not play. The moon hung low, and the air was rich with the scent of wet stone. He carried with him a small bundle wrapped in linen, a lantern he had built himself, its frame carved from elderwood, its glass etched with spirals. He reached the bend in the path where the spiral-marked lantern stood, the one that had first spoken to him. Its flame burned softly, pale gold edged with blue. He knelt beside it and set his new lantern beside the old. "I finished it," he whispered, "for whoever comes after me." The lantern flickered once, and the breeze shifted, brushing his cheek like approval. He smiled and placed the bundle carefully on the post. When he lit the wick, the flame rose higher than expected, clear and steady, with a faint hum like distant singing. He closed his eyes, letting that sound move through him. For a moment, he felt something vast and tender, a sense of being both within and beyond himself. It was as if the valley breathed through him, just as it had once breathed through the keeper. "Thank you," he murmured. When he opened his eyes again, the path seemed brighter, though no new lights had appeared. He could see the river far below, winding through the valley like a ribbon of memory, and the stars mirrored upon it like scattered petals. Callan sat for a while, humming softly. Then, before rising, he whispered into the night, "Rest well, Aelor." The wind answered gently, carrying the whisper down into the valley, through trees and over water, until it reached the garden where the flowers still bloomed. Its petals shivered, releasing faint silver dust that drifted toward the sky. In the village, the baker's wife turned over in her sleep, dreaming of a forest filled with light. The carpenter dreamed of shaping wood that hummed when touched. The children dreamed of flying lanterns that followed them through endless fields. Each dream carried the same undertone, a soft vibration, like the valley's hum echoing through their hearts. Even those who did not dream felt it, the peace between heartbeats, the breath before words, the warmth in the chest when one remembers something beloved but far away. And above it all, the stars pulsed faintly in rhythm. The constellation directly above Elarion shimmered more brightly than the rest. It was said that on certain clear nights, one could see a faint outline within it, the shape of a figure holding a lantern. The villagers called it Aelor's star. Children would point to it and whisper wishes. Lovers would look to it in silence. Travelers would bow their heads before entering the valley. And when leaving, they would whisper, "Keep our dreams safe." At the far edge of Elarion, where the forest met the mountains, the elder fox wandered beneath the moonlight. Its fur caught the glow of the stars as though woven from them. It paused upon a ridge overlooking the valley. The wind spirit materialized beside it, swirling into gentle form. Together they watched as the night deepened, full of light and calm. "The valley sleeps," said the fox. "And yet," replied the spirit, "it dreams awake." They listened. The air hummed with faint melody, the echo of the young girl's song, now carried endlessly by wind and water. "The song of dawn," murmured the fox. He left them that gift. He left them themselves, the spirit said. Now every breath they take is part of the light. They stood in silence for a long time. Then, quietly, the fox bowed its head. We should go, it said. Other valleys still wait for their remembering. The wind spirit smiled, its form dissolving into the air. Then we'll carry this song to them. Together, they vanished into the horizon, leaving Elarion behind, wrapped in peace. As the night deepened, the valley's pulse slowed, steady as breath. The great lantern's flame dimmed slightly, as though resting, and every smaller flame followed its rhythm. The river murmured a lullaby. The air cooled, scented faintly of lavender and smoke. And then, silence, not absence, but fullness. The kind of silence that listens. In that silence, somewhere between starlight and mist, a voice seemed to whisper, not loud, not distant, but everywhere at once. Sleep now, the dream is safe. The lantern flames fluttered once in reply, their light weaving together until the entire valley glowed with one heartbeat of gold. Then the light softened, settling into stillness. Far above, in the hush before dawn, a single star pulsed brighter than the rest. It gleamed white gold, then silver, then vanished into the soft blue of the coming morning. The valley of Elarion slept on, its dreams steady, its breath gentle. And beneath it all, in the quiet soil where roots drank from old rain, the keeper's warmth remained, endless, patient, eternal. No one remembered when the first keeper's cottage turned to moss. No one could say how long the great lantern had burned without dimming. But every dawn, when the mists lifted from the valley, the same soft light greeted the day, patient, constant, alive. Elarion had long ceased to think of the lanterns as mere objects. They had become part of its seasons, woven into its breathing. Spring bloomed with faint silver glow among the blossoms. Summer shimmered with long gold evenings. Autumn painted light in copper and crimson through drifting leaves, and winter reflected pale fire upon the snow. Every rhythm of life pulsed with quiet remembrance. Travelers still came, drawn not by legend, but by calm. They arrived weary from distant roads, hearts full of noise, and left with the silence of peace resting behind their ribs. Some stayed, taking root in the valley's slowness. Others carried a single lantern with them, promising to bring its song to places where dreams had grown dim. And so the light spread, softly, steadily, like the breath of a story retold in kindness. On the oldest hill above the town stood the grove of elder trees. Beneath them, where the soil shimmered faintly at night, grew the flowering tree that had sprouted from Elara's seed. Its trunk was silver-veined, its leaves translucent like glass, its blossoms glowing faintly even under sun. Each dawn, the petals released small motes of gold that drifted through the valley like pollen made of light. The villagers called it the dream tree. It was said that if you stood beneath its boughs and closed your eyes, you could hear the valley's memories whisper through you, the hum of water, the laughter of children, the footsteps of the keeper walking home through rain. Many went there not to pray, but to listen. One such morning, a child climbed the hill carrying a new lantern. Her braid was undone, her hands dusted with flour from helping bake bread. She placed the lantern among the tree's roots and sat cross-legged beside it. "Good morning," she said softly. "I think you'd like this one. We made it from river glass." The petals above her stirred as if answering. A single beam of light slipped through the branches, catching her face. She smiled, tracing patterns on the dirt with one finger. "My mother says you're still here," she continued. "She says every time the lanterns flicker, you're walking between them, making sure we remember to breathe before we dream." She looked up at the tree. "Is that true?" The wind answered in the smallest way, a single leaf drifting down to rest beside her hand. Its glow pulsed softly, in time with her heartbeat. She laughed quietly. "Then I'll keep breathing," she said. "Just in case you're listening." She sat in stillness for a while, the kind of silence that feels like warmth. Then she lifted her lantern, its glass newly polished, its flame gentle and small. She whispered, "For the next dreamer." As she rose, she glanced down the hill toward the valley below. The morning mist curled between rooftops. The river shimmered with soft gold. The world seemed to hum with low, tender music. Somewhere, far in the distance, a flute began to play. Years would pass again. Seasons would turn, and the valley would change, as all living things do, but its heart would remain. The quiet hum beneath words, the memory between breaths, the promise that peace is never lost, only waiting. Sometimes travelers walking the lantern path at dusk would swear they heard footsteps beside them, light, slow and rhythmic, keeping time with the lantern's sway. Others said that when rain began to fall, the droplets chimed faintly, as if striking invisible glass. And sometimes, in the stillest hour before dawn, the great lantern in the square would flare softly, as though it too remembered a name. The elders never corrected these tales. They only smiled and said, "The valley listens." Above Elarion, the stars turned in patient rhythm. Their reflection in the river shimmered like a second sky. The constellation known as Aelor's star remained brighter than all others. When clouds parted and moonlight fell across the dream tree, its blossoms shone in the same hue, gold edged with silver, the color of quiet flame. Children learned to trace that constellation with their fingers, whispering the rhyme passed down through generations. Lantern bright, keep the night. Dreams will bloom in morning light. The rhyme ended, but its echo lingered. It was the song of dawn, carried forever on wind and water. Some say that on certain nights when fog blankets the valley, a faint figure can be seen walking the bridges, a tall elf with hair like rainlight, a lantern glowing softly in his hand. He never speaks, he only pauses to look toward the great lantern in the square, as if listening. Then, as the first light of morning touches the hills, he fades, leaving behind the scent of myrtle and rain. The villagers never fear him. They only bow their heads and whisper, "Welcome home, keeper." And though the figure vanishes, the lantern flames always burn a little brighter after. When the valley sleeps, when the stars turn, when dreams rise and fall with breath, the same presence remains, the echo of light remembering itself. For in Elarion, nothing truly ends. Every spark is part of the same flame. Every silence is a kind of song. Every dream is a lantern waiting to be lit again. And somewhere, in the space between heartbeat and dawn, the voice of the keeper whispers softly through the wind. Remember, breathe and shine, slow and deep, like the ocean of a world at peace. Mist drapes itself over the hills, folding the cottages and trees into the same soft silhouette. The lanterns burn low, their light pulsing faintly, matching the rhythm of the sleeping hearts around them. Every flame seems to sigh with contentment. Somewhere in the distance, a nightbird sings one last note, then goes still. The air holds that silence the way cupped hands hold water. Down by the river, the great lantern glows like a moon resting upon earth. Its flame is steady, small now, yet infinite in calm. The ripples it casts spread across the dark water, brushing against reeds and stones before vanishing into the quiet beyond. If you stand beside it, if you close your eyes, you can feel it breathe. The pulse of the lantern, the pulse of the valley, the pulse of your own heart, remembering. Each beat says the same word, peace. High above, the dream tree sheds its final petals of the night. They fall slowly, like snow made of light. Each petal lands softly upon the roofs, the river, the sleeping fields. None melt or fade, they dissolve into warmth, leaving behind the faint scent of myrtle and rain. The valley dreams, but not alone. The air dreams with it, the water hums, the stones remember, the sky listens, and far beneath the roots of the mountain, where the chamber of stillness still lies hidden, the silver pool glows faintly once more, no longer silent, no longer waiting. The reflection within it is not of a face but of light itself, rippling in slow circles. In that glow, memory rests. The wind drifts through the empty paths. It carries fragments of songs and half-remembered laughter, the voices of those who lived, those who dreamed, those who will come after. None are louder than the others. Each belongs perfectly to the rest. The world hums softly, the way a shell hums with the sound of the sea. The lanterns sway gently in the breeze, their light brushing the walls of houses where sleepers rest. Inside each home, peace settles deeper, an old peace, steady and kind. The child who once sang to the dream tree sleeps now beside her small lantern. Its flame flickers once, like a heartbeat, then steadies. In her dreams, she walks through the valley at dawn. The mist parts before her. The grass bends softly beneath her steps. And far ahead, in the light just beyond sight, a figure waits, tall, calm, his lantern glowing faintly gold. She reaches toward it, and the figure smiles, though he does not speak. He does not need to. His silence says everything. He turns, and she follows, walking together along the lantern path that glows without end, through trees that whisper songs of rain, toward a horizon that is not quite morning, not quite dream. The lanterns ahead are endless, each one a heartbeat, each one a memory, each one a star. And as they walk, she realizes that she is no longer holding her lantern. It floats beside her, burning softly, keeping perfect time with her breath. The dream deepens, the air slows, the valley exhales once more. The stars dim gently, not vanishing, but folding themselves into dawn's pale light. The river's hum fades into the steady rhythm of sleep. Every sound softens until it becomes a single, continuous whisper, the breath of a world at rest. Somewhere, the wind spirit hums its final verse, low and warm. Rest, little flame, rest in the rain. The dream remembers your name again. Breathe in the dark, breathe out the day. Light never leaves, it only stays. The words drift across the valley, sinking into soil and stone, into every slumbering heart. The great lantern in the square flickers once more. The flame folds inward, shrinking to a single point of light. It pauses there, a star caught in glass, before dimming completely. But even in its quiet, the glow does not vanish. It seeps into the air, into the river, into the roots of the mountains. The valley itself becomes the lantern now, its breath the new flame. And in that final stillness, all of Elarion sighs, soft, whole, unafraid. The dream has no ending. It does not close, it settles. Light becomes silence. Silence becomes peace. Peace becomes breath. And as the listener drifts deeper into that breath, eyes heavy, thoughts slow, the valley hums one last time, a note so low it cannot be heard, only felt. Home. Welcome, dreamer, to the sleep of light. The lanterns of Elarion still burn, not before you, not behind you, but within. So rest, breathe softly, let the story fade into warmth. The rain begins again, slow, silver, tender, and somewhere in the mist, a single lantern flickers once, then joins the dawn,